Yeah, sure. Let's go live so others can hear our conversation. So, good morning, everybody. We are here with Danny. And what is your name? Pigzcanfly?
Oh, my name is Matthew, but yeah, I mean,
Matthew.
I just go by Pigzcanfly on here.
Okay. So, can you expose why you think there is that God is logically contradictory or cannot exist?
Oh, I thought, okay, we were coming from Neff's view, right?
Yes, we will go to that one. But
okay.
Yeah, he believes it's contingent.
Oh, dear. Okay, so a contradiction in God. I want to say that I think there's a way to believe in God without being irrational. So I want to say that, right? And so what I'm going to be disputing is the sort of God that exists that, number one, is all-powerful, so all-knowing, and always does what he should do and prevents things that should not happen. That's the kind of God I'm disputing. Okay.
So there's.
Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
I will try as much that we do not interrupt each other. So
yeah,
I want that you finish, Danny, and when I am talking or Pigzcanfly, that you don't interrupt too. I've seen you interrupting constantly at Speech Channel, and I think to have good conversations, we should try at least to prevent us to interrupt the interlocutor.
Oh, well, actually, you can interrupt me. I don't care about if I need to be, if something I'm saying doesn't make sense, or if I don't want to, number one, waste my breath, because we need to stop there. We need to understand each other. And the second thing is, if I give like a premise, like, let's say I'm giving a premise for God doesn't exist, and that starts with, well, we know that God doesn't exist. You can stop me there, because I'm just begging the question at that point.
Well, right? The thing is, if you will talk for 5 minutes and make a gish gallop on several points, then it will be very difficult for us to remember everything that you said and that we would like to address.
Right, yeah.
So maybe we should just make short sentences or not make many.
No, Tangelo, what I'm trying to say is that we should trust each other. Look, this is not Speed's channel. This is you and me, and then Pigs is in the background. And I want this to be a healthy conversation. So just, I'll trust your interruptions, and you'll trust mine, hopefully, okay? I'm not going to be all, I'm going to let you speak. I mean, look, we'll see. It doesn't matter. Let me just start, okay? So if you understand God as a being that stops things that are evil because they shouldn't happen, then that's where the problem for me arises, right? So if there is evil, that means that that sort of event should be stopped, should not happen.
Well, okay. So
go ahead.
I do hate to try to interrupt, but I think that's where the main contention really is. It seems like it's a misconception. So if God has a reason to allow evil to exist for his own purposes, but he is good, is that what you're trying to say is the contradiction here?
Well, the contradiction would just be in that phrase, right? That God has a reason to allow something evil. I think there's a contradiction. Okay. Well, I think the idea is that he would allow everything that he allows, he's going to have to think should happen. Okay. If he thinks that it shouldn't happen, then it's not allowed. Right. And that's kind of my problem.
But okay. So you're still coming from the position that God, so if he wills something, it's not the same as if we will something, right? If he wills something, it's going to automatically happen, right? That's what you believe in?
Well, you can talk about, I don't know if anything turns on this, but if you feel like it does, we can talk about it.
Well, I'm just trying to I'm trying to back you, or I'm trying to more or less build your scaffolding to support your conclusion. So
let's just pretend there are no agents for sake of argument, right? Okay. There's a world in which there's only physical things and God.
Okay.
Okay. Now, because I know certain people have, they have free will theodicies built in and stuff, and we can talk about those eventually. But I guess what I'm saying is that if God has sovereignty over this universe where there are no agents, there are no human beings, okay, that everything is going to be exactly as how it should be.
Well, let me tackle this. Do you think that God as a being is not possible if he permits evil?
Well, if we remember the last sort of understanding of God is that he's the sort of being that stops evil, right?
Well,
that
nowhere does the Bible say that.
Well, that means that.
So if he's all good,
let me clarify.
I think that's what he's trying to say.
I'm just saying that if what it means to be omnibenevolent, on my view, is something like he does what he should do. You know, like that he does what he should do. That's all it means, right? And so,
first of all, who does establish the should be? And
his God's reasons.
Well, first of all, we have had for many times the question. I forgot the dilemma, but the answer was that God's morality emanates from His nature, which I think it's the Oedipus dilemma, something like that.
I won't dispute that.
So,
okay.
Like I'm going to grant that. Okay.
Yeah. So I think that the mere fact that God actually permits evil, that doesn't mean that because of that there is a logical contradiction, that he cannot exist, that the God which permits evil cannot exist ontologically. I think there is no reason or a way for you to make that claim. So I would say that a God which permits evil is ontologically possible. Now the question is, has the God of the Bible a reason to permit evil? And I would say yes, obviously, because otherwise he would have to create robots which are programmed exactly to do and behave in the way he wants it, and that way would be classified as not evil, as good. But then you remove the free will, and you remove love, and you remove what actually God wants, which is free agents which are able to freely choose to love him.
Yeah. Right. So okay, but let's focus on. I think the big disagreement is this phrase right here: that God has a reason to permit evil. Okay, that's where we're disagreeing right now.
Okay, Danny, there is one contention here, and that would be, in order for you to make the claim that there are no reasons for God to allow evil, that means that you yourself would have to be God to know such a thing, right? You'd have to know all this possible reasoning.
If there's no reason to do it, then he wouldn't allow it, right? Because presumably God is an agent. He's a mind.
Right.
It operates on the basis of reasons.
Okay.
Right? You see what I'm saying? Like, the point is that if God does something, it's always going to be for a reason.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, we agree on that. Now the question is, why should God not permit evil to be possible?
Okay, so let's think of it this way, right? I understand what you should do in terms of what you have reason to do, right? So if you say that if God should have done something, all that means is that he had a reason to do it. Okay, so when God created something, he had a reason for doing that. And that means it should have been done. Do we agree on these terms?
Well, I think that if we ask what actually the reason was or the motivation why God created the physical world, then I say it is because of his love. Everything that he does is out of love, because he is love. And so the reason why we exist is to be loved by God, to love others, and to love God.
Sure, I'll grant that. I'll grant whatever you want with respect to what God's reasons are. That's not a problem on my view. Okay. Mm-hmm. So the point is that he has a reason when he acts or when he intends to do something, and allowing something to happen, right, is intentional. Meaning, like, he's refraining from any. Okay. So if he has a reason to allow an event, then he has a reason for thinking that it should happen.
Okay. Not necessarily that it should happen, but he wants that freedom that we can freely choose to do evil or to do good, to love or to hate. If he removes that freedom, then automatically we turn ourselves into robots which always do exactly what God wants us to do. And that removes love, which is basically the reason why he created the world.
In the first place,
let's just, for sake of argument, let's just pretend that the free will theodicy works and it solves the problem of evil. Okay. in order to proceed, I want everyone to agree in the room that apart from those cases, right, that if God were to allow something to happen, it just means that it's good.
No.
Okay, so here's the way I look at it. I'm just gonna make it, a little bit more comparable to actual real life. So I have children, right? And if my children choose to do something that's deliberately outside of what I've asked them to do, right? You can call that evil because we understand that would be a bad thing to do, to go against what your parents are asking you to do. Although there can be cases where your parents are asking you to do something that you shouldn't do, right? But if my intention is just to help my son or my daughter, and they are deliberately going against my will, then that, by default, in my opinion, based on this particular situation, would be evil, right? And so I'm allowing it to take place so that they can come to the understanding of what justice appears to be in the event that I would punish them, right? Now, I'm not going to punish them arbitrarily. I want there to be a reason for such a thing to occur. And in the end, I don't want to have to punish my children. That's just something that doesn't really make sense if you think about it, right?
But I think another reason is that God permits evil, so we can contrast it to good.
Correct.
I put something in the private chat, so I need to know whether y'all disagree. And I just wrote this down. I didn't pull it off a PDF or anything. So please be patient if it's not exactly what I think. So I take God to be a being that has the power to correct all that should not happen. If it should not happen, then God has a reason to not let it happen. That's how I understand this.
I think that is maybe your faulty reasoning, because once he starts to, let's suppose, I have heard that argument by atheists many times. Oh, why has God not stopped a priest to rape a boy?
Right.
Okay. So as soon as the question why he sometimes interacts, that's another question. But if he would stop just one case, then why doesn't he stop other cases? And if he doesn't stop rape, why does he not stop killing? And why does he not stop other people to lie? And why does he not stop all kinds of evil that we see?
Look, you're not talking to someone that's going to give you these weak objections, right? I don't care what I take to be evil or good, right? This is not a good argument against the existence of God, because what I could perceive to be good or evil could just be flawed. Okay, I understand that.
No, but let's suppose that what I just mentioned now is objectively evil, and then the question is, if God prevents one occurrence to happen because it is evil, then it logically follows, why does he not prevent all sorts of evil?
No, it doesn't. No, that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow.
So real quick, Danny, so after I read this, it just makes it seem like you're making God robotic, as if he has to, be conformed to one set parameter of what we say, right? I mean, there sure are things that we can say for sure exist within God, like omnipotence,
but you agree,
things like that. But
you agree that when God acts, it's always good, right?
I agree with that. And see, the reason being, though, is because we know that he is a moral agent, and he wants to impose his will, right, onto our existence. Just not just ours, but obviously the entire universe. But to more nuances, though, it's almost as if we're like mischaracterizing God as no longer a mind, but something that has to be determined. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's the way actually, I'm right there with you. I think that to define God this way makes him a non-agent. It's a mechanism at this point.
Right.
I agree, which is why I don't think God can be good in this sense.
Well, okay, so again, and so good would still be subjective in that sense, though. That's the problem with this entire argument. But at the same time, so if we're just arbitrarily assigning good and evil to things, then we could never come to any conclusions, and therefore this is why I think presuppositionalism is actually true, in the sense that God would be contingent. I'm sorry. The universe would be contingent upon God and his will, right? So there's a lot more to this argument, and I think that it takes a lot of different fields of study to even get to that point.
Well, we should focus. I understand that. Look, I have auxiliary arguments. I'm trying not to bring them in. I think what we really need to do is focus on where what I'm looking at right now is my stumbling block. What I posted in the private chat is a stumbling block. Okay. And we need to remove it before I can really make sense of anything else. Okay.
Okay.
So the thing
I think I already clearly pointed out why God actually necessitates logically that he permits evil in order for love to be possible. And if he removes...
I've granted that the free will theodicy. I've granted that. Let's just pretend. I'm fine with granting that the free will theodicy circumvents the issue for sake of argument, right? Because my issue is something more fundamental than that, okay? And so if we understand my issue, then we go to the way that the issue applies to the problem of free will, right? I think it's just easier to understand where I'm seeing a problem first, if you don't mind, and then applying it to, we'll get to the free will theodicy afterwards. Is that okay?
So what is the primary problem that you have then?
Is what I've written in the chat, right? Is this acceptable or not?
Well, I think that's precisely what I am addressing here. When I am saying that, let's state it again, what you said in the private chat. God, a being that has the power to correct all that should not happen. Okay. God, a being that has the power to correct all that should not happen. Yes, he has that power. So if it should not happen, then God has a reason to not let it happen. No, he has no reason. If his goal is to have free agents which can freely choose to love, and when you remove that free choice, then free agents they become robots and have not the liberty to actually love. And that's the primary reason why God created the world, to have free agents which could freely choose to love him.
Okay, I thought I granted. Okay, well, you really, so you feel like the conversation centers on the free will theodicy? Is that what you're? It seems like you're confident about that.
No, I am precisely addressing your point, which you say that you have a problem with.
Okay, if it should not happen, then God has a reason to not let it happen. You think that's false, right? Because of the free will theodicy.
Well, who says that it should not happen?
Well, I think that's understood in terms of God's reasons.
No, I mean, that's contrary to God's reason, because if his reasons are to not let bad things to happen or not to permit them, then he would simply have created robots which are unable to disobey what is good.
Okay, so can we phrase it then? So you agree to the first clause, a being that has the power to correct all that should not happen. You disagree with, if it should not happen, then God has a reason to not let it happen, right?
That's right. Again. Okay. God has a being that has the power to correct all that should not happen. Yes, he has that power.
He
could create robots which are pre-programmed exactly to behave in the way he wants, like a protein. He pre-programs a protein to have a specific function, and that protein just makes what it is programmed to do. Okay, so we are not that sort of thing that God wanted to create in order to do everything which he holds as morally right. He wanted to create free agents which can choose either to do wrong or good, to love or to hate.
No, I understand. I really do understand the theodicy. Okay, I mean the idea is that if you're forced to do the good, in what sense are you an agent if you couldn't choose otherwise, right? That's where you're coming from, right?
Correct. Yeah. It's automatically assuming that free will exists, which, for the record, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It seems to me like you have to come from a presupposition that determinism is true before you can even make the assertion that this is a logically incoherent proposition for God.
So the issue here, Otangelo, is for me, I don't quite accept that model, but I don't think it matters, right? And so,
the thing is not about what you accept or don't accept. The thing is what God has revealed, and what he revealed is not contradictory and ontologically impossible. It is possible. So if God can create a world, if he is in the power to create a world where free agents exist who are able to do evil or good, then you have no argument to say, oh, God cannot exist because he created free agents which can do bad and good. And I mean, he has revealed his reasons why he created the world. And if you say, oh, I don't accept God's existence because what he declared as being his reasons doesn't make sense to me. Well, does it have to make sense to you, or do you have to agree with it?
Right. Look, all I want to do is understand what it means to say God is good. And I just want to know your view. This was my view of God, and you said it's flawed. That's fine. Okay. That means that there's some other understanding of what it means to say God is good. Because when I say, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, what is relevant is what has God revealed about his nature. And the Bible says that God in his nature is good, loving, just, that he does not lie. So we have to start actually from his revelation, because we do not have an inherent knowledge about his nature. It has to be revealed to us. And that's how he revealed himself to us. And he revealed himself to us through Christ, which I believe is God. And the question is, do you have any reasons to reject God's existence based on some contradiction?
Yeah, and I'm trying to get there. But in order to get there, we have to go through this kind of painful process of understanding what it means to say that God is good. And you were getting at it, right? But the point is that if you say that it's a set of attributes like love, fair, justice, and all those things, they're going to be open questions about that, right? Why are those good? Well, you're going to say because God has them, something like that. Okay. But the point is that there's still a sense in which you should be kind. You should be just. You should be fair. Okay. And so that's what I want to track. Okay. So going back to what I just said about what I typed, if you're not accepting that the conditional, if it should not happen, then God has a reason to not let it happen. If you're rejecting that, that's how I understood God's omnibenevolence. I want to know what you mean by omnibenevolence if you're rejecting that.
Well,
okay, so I can. Sorry, I was a second to cover this one for you.
No, you can answer. No.
So, as far as omnibenevolence goes, it doesn't mean that he can't subvert his potentially good acts by having a reason, like you said, to allow these evil things to happen. So look at it this way.
Explain that to me.
Right, but okay. So imagine that you are like Geppetto, right? Geppetto made Pinocchio, right? And Pinocchio, whom he had made, he loved very much, right? And he chose for this inanimate object to be his son because he had no other, right? And so he, in the story, Pinocchio ends up coming to life, but that aside from the point being that Pinocchio was still the object of his desire, the object of his, whatever would make him happy at that time, right? So if Pinocchio chose to do evil acts, does that mean that Pinocchio can no longer be loved by Geppetto? That's kind of where the contention seems to lie.
I can't make sense of this hypothetical without first understanding what is it. Remember, what the problem of evil is, right? It's essentially God is good, powerful, and all-knowing, right? One of these is problematic according to people that are pushing the problem of evil. Okay, but y'all are saying something like, "Look, he's all three of those, and there's no problem of evil." Okay, but when you say there's all three of those, you have a concept of each. You know what omniscience is. You know what omnipotence is. That's not the problem here. The problem is that we disagree on what it means to say God is omnibenevolent or God is good, all good. Okay? I gave a rendition of what I think that means. I mean, if someone is all good, they always do what they should do. Everything that shouldn't happen, they don't do. Okay?
So let me answer to that. So, based on the fact that God is omnibenevolent, do you think he should have created a world where evil is not possible?
Well, I think that follows, right?
No, I don't think it follows.
Well, okay, wait, but do you really feel? I don't feel like anything's going to turn on this. I might give a stupid answer, right? All I want to start with is what I have done as the atheist, right?
Right.
Is told you what I take to be omnibenevolence is. I think what you should, the least y'all can do is when say after saying no, I don't accept that definition of omnibenevolence, is offer your own.
Okay. So again, omnibenevolence would be that he has the potential to do all things that are good, right?
That's omnipotence. The potential is omnipotence.
Did I miss? Okay, I might have misunderstood.
I mean, what does it mean to say God is?
So he's going to do according to his will, and then his will by default is good. Does that make sense? That was what we call good.
So God does according to his will. Okay.
And his will as imposed would be good.
Will is good. Can I just say it's good, or do you want to say as imposed? Which one do you want?
Well, if I say it as imposed, means that whatever he chose to allow for his purposes. Now, again, I'm not saying that there isn't like a difference or a mischaracterization within his because he has a permissive will and he has his ultimate will, right? Which is like he wants us to do the right thing. But that doesn't mean we're going to as free agents. There's so much nuance to this. I'm sure you know the theodicy.
I'm aware that they distinguish permissive will and yeah, but I don't think this might deserve a discussion in itself. I don't think that's going to help, right? But the point is that let's get all goodness down for right now, okay? And I'll be very happy because then we can move on, right? God does according to his will, and his will. I want your exact wording, and then we want Tangelo to agree with it too, right?
Well, I mean, if Tangelo has a different definition, he can provide that real quick. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm going to type it up. I'm typing it up so we can all see it. God does according to his will, and his will is good. That's what I have. Is that satisfactory?
Well, I would say this: God is in his nature as a being is good, and I think it's a good point which Lena made, where she says that. We should not use the omni words because they are not biblical. So in order to not misunderstand things, let's just stick to what actually the Bible reveals to us.
There's not a problem, right? There's no longer a problem, right? Because if it's the case that God is not I'm arguing against the omni God. If you're saying the Christian is not the omni God, there's no problem with evil.
Well, so I think that the way the word good in the Bible is being used is the same as the one that we would use for omni in the first place. Yes, it's not in the Bible, but it's just like saying the Trinity's not in the Bible, therefore the Trinity doesn't exist. So that's just, it doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, but I think we should try to remove all kind of words that can...
Right, I agree. I mean, it clearly says that God is good, right? It doesn't say that he's
good.
Just stick to that.
The argument is against the omni God, and I will fight for you as an atheist. If you're saying that, look, the God we worship is not the omni God, right? I will support you for people that try to say that there's a problem of evil, because if it's not the omni God, there's no problem with evil.
Well, if that is your problem, Danny, then I think Lena made a very relevant point, actually, that if God has not revealed himself in the Bible as an omni-God, whatever the distinction is between a good God and omni-good or omnibenevolent God, well, then let's just stick to what the Bible says. And the Bible says God is good, period.
Okay. Presumably that doesn't mean, though, God is good, but in some cases he's not. Right?
No, that's the point I'm trying to get across, is that it's still comparable to someone that is, in quote, omnibenevolent, right? And I agree, it's not in the Bible, as far as the word is concerned, because they didn't have need of that concept, right? Where we have to distinguish.
I agree with Pigs. I think you should not drop the all good qualification.
Well, because so here's where I get that contention. In the Bible, it clearly says God cannot lie or does not lie, right? And if that's the case, then you have to assume if that's one thing that he cannot do or will not do, then he is, in fact, what you would call all good, right? Because that's what allows us to have such perceptions in the first place. Like if think about it this way, if his character was corrupt in any way, we would not be logically sound in the first place to even be able to come to truth through our faculties, or our mental faculties.
Okay, so are we all in agreement? We're keeping omnibenevolence, right? We're keeping that, right?
That's my perception. I'm just saying, if they have any other ways of looking at it, then they can, of course, express that. I'm just saying that's the way I look at it, of course.
Yeah, let's wait for Artangelo, because if we make progress, then we have to and then he comes back, and then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I like Artangelo. I think he's got a lot of really good valid points. Sorry about the noise back here, by the way.
I think I've abused Artangelo before, but actually he's it's just crazy going from Neff to Artangelo. It's like night and day.
I mean, Artangelo, he's very good at talking about microbiology and different molecular structures, things like that. But his main argumentation is about the existence of life as opposed to non-life because of abiogenesis potentially, and how basically the improbable it is. But yeah, I think theologically wise, he's probably on the same page with me. We're just probably just mischaracterizing the use of certain words, but without realizing it.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I don't have the ability to give that to you, but I don't know if he's there. Probably you could take your monitor and then just put it towards the other monitor, and we could see it that way.
I'm not doing that. Too much work.
Yeah, I'm just kidding, man. I'm over here getting my dishes washed and everything, so I'm sorry about all the noise.
No, it's fine.
Dude, it's like 4 a.m. over here. A little bit later than that. Okay. Can't even believe I'm awake right now.
I'm disappointed in myself. I got nothing done. I was supposed to write at least 10 pages of my paper, but I'll just do it tomorrow. I'm writing about virtue ethics. I don't know if you're
virtue ethics.
Let's see what the chat has said. Any questions on the chat?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look. Hey, what's up, Gavin?
Lena, are you there? Is Lena there? I don't know how Lena is up 24/7. It's just craziness. But that's the thing, Lena, right? Let me just give you my quick view before we get into it with Artangelo. That if God has a reason to allow something for some other aim, it should happen. That's my problem. That's my problem, right? That if I have to get pricked in the arm to get vaccinated, and I want to get vaccinated, I should get pricked in the arm. It's not bad. It's not evil. It's a good thing that I got pricked up in my arm if it's for the aim of getting vaccinated. So if God ever has a reason to do something, whether that be for some further aim or that's where I get confused, because then to say that there's some kind of justification that God has for allowing something, it's just to say that it's just not evil.
Danny, I'm actually an anti-vaxxer.
Oh, really?
I'm just kidding. I mean, I believe that there's science behind it. I just think that it's being manipulated to do the wrong things right now. But that's why
I'm very laid back about that stuff. Like I would. I mean, I think that like anti-vax, but people get so angry, man. I just don't.
What I get frustrated about it right now is that so like there's the companies Moderna, Pfizer, and AstraZeneca. They're given full immunity in the event that something bad happens to you. So like if you take the vaccine, imagine that you die and then your family can't sue them for what happened. That was shown to be like a direct result from the vaccine. Absolutely. 100%.
But if that, let's say, okay, let's just pretend for a second. Okay.
Okay.
This is what I think. That my dad is an emergency room doctor.
Okay.
He sees COVID patients every day. Okay. Right. He's around 60. He's susceptible. Right. Not only is he old, right, but he's in an emergency room where COVID is not even, that's where COVID is diagnosed.
Right.
Okay. So if we implemented a law saying that,
I'm talking about the main companies. I'm not talking about doctors.
I know. Let me finish. If we implemented a law saying that that would allow us to sue Moderna and Pfizer, right? What they would do is they would delay. They would further delay the vaccine. They would test it more.
Which is fine with me. I mean, honestly, here's the way I look at it.
That's not fine with me because I would rather get the vaccine as early as possible and risk something wrong with it than a few months delay, get my dad get COVID and die.
Okay, so I think that's the problem. Okay, so what if it's actually more beneficial to do it later and then save more lives that way? Does that make more sense? Okay. There's no guarantee, first of all, that anybody would ever catch the virus as long as we're keeping certain standards, right? That's what we're trying to say. I
think it's a little unrealistic. But I don't know if I believe that. I don't want to debate that, though. I'm just saying that something like this, right? It's something like if the probability of someone dying because they got the vaccine is really low, and I think it is low, it could happen.
Right.
We have to weigh that possibility versus the possibility of delaying it, making sure there's zero kinks in it, and then allowing people to die in the frame in which they would have gotten the vaccine if they didn't delay it. That's my problem. I guess if that makes any sense. I don't blame you, right? I'm not saying.
No, I mean, I see it from both sides. I'm not saying that it's not okay to assume that we should try to get something done now. I'm just saying I think it's a little bit too rushed because if you take a look at the timelines here, right? The average time waited to make sure that a vaccine is even relatively safe, which is not even true in most cases, is about 5 years, right, for testing and then putting out publications regarding the findings.
Flu. They do that in a year.
No. They didn't make the vaccine in a year, man. That took like almost, 8 years, I think it was.
Wait, maybe I'm mistaken. I'm saying that they can. Okay, you're saying that they have all these flu viruses and they have to pick which one. Sorry, flu vaccines.
Vaccines, yeah.
They've already made, and they just pick the one to manufacture a lot of. Is that what you mean?
Well, I mean, they have different groups that are testing them, and so they can come to different, findings per vaccine, right? Which is what I was saying. They have to test these things across a long time scale. Otherwise, you're going to have vastly different detrimental effects that will show up very, very fast. And I don't know if you've heard, there were many cases already of people that had literally died only within a few weeks of taking the vaccine.
I just Googled it. I did a cursory search. It says 5 to 6 months for new flu virus.
Well, I mean, they might be able to manufacture it now, but I'm saying from back whenever they were first doing the initial studies to make the vaccines, that was not true. It was like I think altogether, the research done.
2009.
Okay, so you're saying that it only took them to test, manufacture, and
I have it right here.
Put out.
I didn't do serious research, so I'm not saying you're wrong. Okay,
that's what I'm saying. There is more to this.
All I did was Google this, right? And it says this, according to the WHO.
Right.
Look,
by the way, they might be putting out misinformation right now too, in case you didn't know that, because there's a lot of people that are trying to say that, no, vaccines are completely safe because blah, blah, blah. I'm like, first of all, I mean, you have to show me the evidence that that's true. You can't just pretend that that's the case. If you're going to go and sweep everything that's bad under the rug and then pretend that none of that stuff ever happened, then that's a huge problem for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, okay. This is not supposed to be an argument. I'm not arguing with you right now.
Right. I know. I was just letting you know how I feel about it. That's all.
I'm just telling you, my dad is a physician, and I'm not saying.
Yeah. I know he's got more to deal with, of course, in that position. I don't envy him.
He's very familiar with the way vaccines are rushed or produced, right?
Okay.
He's on top of the science, right? And I just kind of trust him, And if you don't trust, I'm not going to give you arguments for who you should trust. But I think that if you were to tell me that a year flu virus is not a big deal, and if you were to tell me, this is rushed, but considering the risk, I think I would rather have a potentially compromised vaccine than not get one. That's my position. That's all it's very loose.
Well, but there's more to that though. So this current, my understanding is that this current vaccine that they put out is supposed to be an RNA structure implementation. So they have to integrate it into your RNA strands, and then it will physically manipulate you to cause you to create enzymes, right, that are supposed to go against this particular strain. Now, the problem with this is that what if, and I mean, there's a lot more to this. This is just another speculation that you can take however you want. But my understanding is that they could also, because they're trying to create this vaccine in such a way that they can allow you to manipulate your own RNA in the future to create other enzymes, right? Now, what if what if this was like a depopulation scheme, right? In the event that that's the case, you would already be infected with something that you could never get out of your system, and likely you could be killed with that same potential. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm not going to dispute that all this could happen. I just don't. I'm just saying that, like, I'm grateful that that my dad trusts the vaccine, number one, which he did. Yeah. And that number two, he's not had any serious side effects. And number three, that it seems like he's protected in a way that
and he's taken it, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm assuming he had to be forced to do it, probably.
No.
No.
In fact, 40% of the hospital didn't take it. I think most of the physicians did. But
my other contention, because this is something that was put out about like 4 months ago, I want to say, they put out CNBC put out a report saying that if you choose to reject the vaccine, you could have loss of employment.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally your employer could choose to fire you just for that fact. And there's also waivers that have to be signed that basically say that you're putting people's lives in danger, which is a lie, first of all, because the vaccine has not been shown to prevent this virus in the first place, let alone not allow you to pass it on to other people. So it kind of calls into question what the point of the entire vaccination would be in the first place.
Yeah, Pigs, I don't think we could. I don't debate empirical stuff. I just think
right.
But I think that if you and I agreed on the empirical stuff, we probably came to the same conclusion. I think you've done the sorts of research that I haven't, and you're informed differently than I am.
It could be.
So I'm not coming to those conclusions, and it's not. So there's not really anywhere to proceed.
I just focus on this because of the fact that I have children and I have to make sure that my family's taken care of. But I mean, I'm just saying that also.
I want you to take a little bit of comfort that my whole family except myself is vaccinated. Okay.
Okay.
And it's been since December. My friend, my dad would have. Here's this kind of funny story. 40% of the hospital chose not to get vaccinated. My dad is kind of a big wig in the hospital. He's been there for like years. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
And he found out that because 40% didn't take it, they were going to throw away the vaccine. Okay.
Yeah, because it doesn't last very long. I understand.
Right. So he called all of his friends, right, and asked me, but I couldn't get there in time. And all of my family friends are vaccinated, right?
Okay.
And I haven't heard anything bad. Okay. And so I think that you should take a little bit of comfort that, it might not be as bad as
what people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's other speculations, which I'm not trying to go based on specifically speculations. I'm just saying that there are speculations about the potential use of this also for other things. But one of the other main things that kind of bothered me was so they were saying that if you've already taken vaccines in the past, this could have a potentially life-threatening effect on you, just because what it will do is it will enhance the negative effects of other vaccines that you've taken in the past. But you're saying that your family took the vaccine and so far they haven't had any detrimental effects that you're aware of, right?
Yeah, that I'm aware
of. Okay, which that could be a proof against this statement. But that's what I'm saying. I don't like to go focus only on what's speculated.
I don't know. I'm just sharing with you because your goal is to protect your family. And if it's the case that you're, I'm gonna take it at first opportunity. I'm confident. Lena, I have seen Westworld. We're only up to season 2. It's very deep. I really like Westworld, although I don't think you can in principle have a theory for consciousness. So that's the only thing that's philosophically problematic about it.
So, Lena, Paul, that question, is that aimed at Danny? Do people experience compassion and empathy when something bad happens? I can't tell if it's at you or me. I have no idea what's going on. I think I'm pretty much done right now cleaning the house. I think he said he had to go for a little bit, but he's going to be back. I had a conversation yesterday with, who was it? Snake was right, and Top Dog Shattuck or whatever.
Did it go well?
Well, Top Dog was just being belligerent, but
I don't know how to talk to him.
Well, he was also coming from a presuppositionalist worldview as far as the naturalist. He's a straight up naturalist across the board. And so you would, of course, obviously disagree with him.
I don't even know what he's saying.
You can watch it was actually on this channel yesterday. My wife was actually there. We talked to them for a few seconds after the fact, whenever I gave them our testimony. But we before we even got into any of that, I was trying to let them know about how I think they have mischaracterized the potentials here as far as like abiogenesis is concerned, and then of course biological structures.
He's back. Okay, so Otangelo. Okay. You can see my screen, right? So Danny and Otangelo, also Pigs. We agree on this one. Okay, so now we need to get a concept of omnibenevolence, right? So what was the what did you all define as omnibenevolence?
Okay, so I think he gave the definition.
I forgot. Sorry.
No, well, I think he gave us like a link we had to follow, which I can't do that. If I do, I'll leave the screen.
To follow a link and decipher the link. Why can't you just?
Sorry, man. I don't have it. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's right here.
Yeah, it's that's the term he was using. So I mean, if you want to put that in there, because I didn't get the chance to read it myself, and I can't leave the screen.
There's little agreement over what omnibenevolence entails. You have to give me your conception. I just read the wiki, skip to the. I just want to know what Otangelo means by omnibenevolent, and I'll write it down.
Well, to me, the term omnibenevolent entails goodness, and I believe that God he acts motivated based on that he wants others to be able to benefit from his being and from his benefit, and that creates mutual benefit.
So I think Danny's main contention with this would just be the fact that he defines good or moral in a different aspect. He believes that motivation is
use your terminology. I don't want to impose my concept of God when it's your concept of God that the discussion is about. Okay. So do we agree on this?
Danny, before we continue with that, would you agree that the valid concept is actually what God has revealed to us about himself and about his nature? Because it doesn't matter. Let's presuppose that God actually exists and that it is the God of the Bible. So therefore, it is irrelevant what concept that you make or which I make, but relevant only to work with is what has been revealed to us. And if you think that what has been revealed through the Bible to us is illogical or not possible for some reasons, which then backs your position as being an atheist, then we can talk about that.
Well, you're saying let's presuppose God, but if I believed in God, like, you know, that's what I believed, and I saw some contradiction in the Bible, I would just think that I'm interpreting poorly. That's what my position would be.
That's what I am doing too. I mean, if I don't understand something, and I agree, there are many things which I actually do not understand, then I do not see myself in the position to be omni-knowing or all-knowing in order to think through properly the whole topic in order to make a proper judgment of the case. So I just say, okay, I don't understand this. I will permit it to remain an open question. And once maybe I am with the Lord, he will explain things that during my terrestrial being I did not understand. And then I will expand my knowledge about him.
Right, but this is all presupposing God, right?
Yes, of course, presupposing that the God which I believe in exists and is the true God.
Yeah, but I don't make that presupposition.
Well, in that case, you can make up whatever kind of God that you want, which is in your mind. You can even make up Santa Claus, and then knock down that God which is just in your mind, which you made up. And of course, this is an entirely baseless exercise because you are not dealing with what supposedly is
potentially real,
which is actually existing.
I'm just saying I don't want to use my concept. I want to use yours. Is that
well? I would suggest use the one which is in the Bible because that's the one which I believe in, which I think is the true.
Okay, concept. I take my interpretation of the Bible is that let me put this in. Is that it's talking about an all good God, right?
Right.
That's not controversial though, right? No. Okay. So now we just got to talk about what that means. Okay.
So if we're going to point to things in the Bible to try to express how God is good, I'd probably go to, like, say, the book of Job, right? Just to give a good example, because although we don't understand all the reasons why God allowed this to happen, clearly God allows certain evil things to happen to show that he is still God, that he's the person that's all knowing, he's the person that's all powerful, and that's the reason why he did these, right?
Do y'all distinguish between these two propositions? Allows evil versus allowing something that should not happen. Do you think those are two different statements?
Technically, yes, but I think that the majority of the time it will fall under the same category. So, I mean, we clearly could say that should not happen, but it could be in a good sense too, right? It could be that, you know, maybe not to be like one of those hardline persons that are against not misogyny, but hypergamy. But I mean, imagine that there's like a really beautiful woman and she's gone and, like, you know, married some really rich guy, and likely it's for his money, but at the same time, this is for his benefit, obviously. I mean, could you say that should not exist? Sure, you could say that, but at the same time, I wouldn't know that would be evil necessarily, right?
Okay, well, look at what I just wrote. If we don't agree on this, we're really gonna run into issues, right?
Okay.
Right. So I think that if something is good, you should do it. If there's ground.
Well, I don't think that the first thing that you wrote here, good, equals to should happen. I think the only thing that I posit is that God in his nature is good, and that all his actions, they emanate from his nature, which is good. So all actions coming from God are good actions. Okay. Now that entails as well that permitting evil goes not against God's nature of being good.
Okay, wait 1 second. We have to. So we want to make sense of this statement, then, right? And what I'm not making sense of is this word.
Okay, so let's clarify again what good actually means. And
okay, I'm going to write it down.
I would say goodness means that we want that others let me think. Let me see what actually Wiki says about it. Then we can pick up some terms.
Danny, is that like a writing program that you can actually physically write with?
Yeah,
like a stylus? Oh, okay. I was like, how is he writing so well like that? What the heck?
Okay, I will read here from Wikipedia. In most contexts, the concept of good denotes the conduct that should be preferred.
That's what I'm saying.
When posed with the choice between possible actions. Good is generally considered to be the opposite of evil and is of interest in the study of morality, ethics, religion, and philosophy.
This is how I defined it initially, but y'all pushed me back, right? This is I'm just going to say, I don't really care about what other philosophers say, but I will say, just to get some context, almost every moral philosopher accepts this, right? Even I mean, this is not supposed to be controversial, right?
Right.
That to say that if it's good, you should do it. If it's bad, you shouldn't do it. That's not controversial.
Okay.
So the one thing that I think we're all kind of forgetting is that if shoulds and oughts even exist, then that means by default that God would have to exist for those things to make sense.
Different argument. Let's focus because okay, that's a different argument. Okay.
Yeah.
So God's nature is good. So we want to say I think that I had a good interpretation of this. You disputed it, right? I just think that what that has to boil down to is that God always does the good thing, which is to say, God always does what he should do.
Okay, we can agree on that.
Okay. So let me write that down. So God always, that's what the omni part, the all, always does what he should do. Okay. Now the question is, if there's some event, okay, let's call this, let's say this shouldn't happen. That means that it's evil. That means it's not of God, right? Not of God. Not good. So not good. It's not godly, right? So this is so if some event happens. The question is, how does this statement relate with this one? That's the problem of evil for me. And you're right, I'm missing some premises, but can y'all hear me or not?
Yes, I can hear you. I was gonna say, because I'm trying to work through this in my mind so that we can all be on the same page completely here. I think that
guys,
the problem is that we're not.
I leave for 50 minutes, but you guys can continue. Okay.
Otangelo, why?
Sure, sorry, Otangelo.
Yes, you're mistreating me, Otangelo.
No, sorry, Danny. My daughter has fever, and I have.
No, I'm just messing with. I'm messing with you, Otangelo. Go do what you need to do.
Okay.
Otangelo, God bless your daughter. I hope she makes a full recovery there. Well,
so
just to make sure we're on the same page.
Well, to more clearly define it, this is the world. This is everything that happens. Okay.
Right.
And the question is, if this happens, right? If something X happens, something that shouldn't happen, that's evil, that's not good, that's ungodly, okay, then it goes against what God wants, what he should do.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. Again, this is the same analogy that I was trying to put forth before with Geppetto or with my children. If my children choose to do something, right, that's evil, that doesn't mean I should go and get rid of them, right, or kill them and make them, no longer exist, right? Mm-hmm. I can't force them to do exactly what's perfectly right all the time. All I can do is hope that they will do such, right? And that's where the main contention really seems to be for you. It seems like we're only allowing for God to be.
You want to talk about free will then? Is that where you think that's the next logical?
I do think that that's where this is like lacking as far as the argument goes. It just seems like it completely bypasses all things that have to do with our choices.
Does God have free will?
So yes, he can do whatever he wants to, although he will choose not to do certain things like lie, right? So that's the way my understanding of how God is is what you would call benevolent or omnibenevolent.
Here's my problem, right?
Okay.
You want to say that determined to do good means that it's not a person, because the idea of being determined, okay, to do good under a libertarian view means something like can't do not good, right? Can't do not good means that they're not a person. There's no free will, right? That wouldn't exist. Is that the view so far?
So let's go through it one more time. So you're saying if determined to do good, right? This is supposed to be God.
This is your view. I'm characterizing your view before I object. So you want to say that if someone's determined to do good, that means they can't do not good. Then they're not a person. There's no free will.
Yes, that means that they would be determined based on laws that are preset for them. Does that make sense?
Wait.
In other words, they're like a robot, similar to that.
Okay, let me make this more clear then. Can't do not good. Does that mean they're not a person?
No. Okay, so look, it's not that you cannot do it. Does that? Okay, I think that's where we're missing it. Like I said before, I specified that God can do things. That doesn't mean that He will choose to do those things, right? So that's about the character of God. So we're not differentiating between God's moral perspective and His actual ability to do things. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Okay, so you believe that if you can't do evil, you could still be a person.
No. Okay, so look. I think they were.
It's a true dichotomy. Right, look. Let me rephrase the question. So it's actually not that horrible as you would think. It's a true dichotomy, right? It's either that you think that if you can't do evil, you're either person or not a person.
No, like I said, so if you cannot do something, you are determined. However, if you can do those things but choose not to, right, then you are not determined. This is the nature of God. Therefore, He chooses not to do evil, and that by default becomes good. Does that make sense? It's so good and evil are actually reflections of the same mirror. Does that make sense?
Okay, so God can lie.
He has the potential to do something, but He chooses willingly not to do that because it's against what He in nature wants. Does that make sense? It's not His will to do something like that. And He is consistent across the board. If we're talking about something that's an ultimate being, right? This is, he cannot be any more great, any more anything, right? If that's the case, then you have to assume from that perspective alone that this is like an impossibility. That's what I'm trying to get across. If we're talking about infinites, right? If God is indeed all good, then He cannot, but as far as the definitions go, He cannot go against what He has chosen is good. Does that make sense?
So I think this is the distinction you're pointing out. Right. I can do X. You're saying that doesn't follow, therefore I can't will X. Those are like, just because you can do X doesn't mean that this can be true and this can be true as well on your view, right?
No, so God can will, but the thing is, if He gives free will to free agents, right, then He can't will. Like I said, that's the reason why we believe that there's a permissive will and there's His ultimate will, right? So if He wills something that has nothing to do with free will, right, it will happen. It's going to happen. Period. Like there's no.
Okay, let's go through it. I'm just trying to get your view. That's all. I'm
right. It's
God can lie. This is false on your view, right?
It's false in the sense that He chooses not to do it, although He, as a personal agent that has a mind and the capacity to do something, can do it. But as far as His will is concerned, it's not going to happen. It's based on His character. That's why I said there's a character of God that's in play here, and so His character by default, if He's all good, and based upon what we know in the Scripture, again, I'm going based off of what the Bible says here. It says that he does not lie, or does not lie like a man. Basically, He does not choose to do something like that.
I've written? These are two different meanings. Very, very important different meanings. Right. I think you're saying something like this is true, but you want to say this is false, I think.
I'm not sure. No, so it's not, again, it's not that God cannot lie. He is a personal agent that chooses not to do things, just like you and I.
Look,
I have the
need
capacity to
I just want to know
choose.
what you think is true or false. That's all. Right. So do you think God can lie, true or false? I'll write whatever you want.
I think that he has the capacity to lie. I think that he does not lie. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So that means both of these are true.
Right.
Okay. Okay. So that means that, do you think lying is lying? Oh my gosh. Here's my spelling skills. I mean, is lying evil? So I'm just going to put it in propositional form. Lying is evil. Is that true or false?
So again, I would make the claim that this is not a. Okay, so there can be scenarios where lying can be beneficial to help someone, but that doesn't make it good or evil. Whenever Jesus was speaking in the Bible, he talked about how there are lesser evils, right? There are things that you can do that are evil, but that are less evil than other things, right?
So this is false?
lying is evil, but if it's for the good of another person, in the sense that, say it's going to save their life, say that there's like persons that are similar to the Nazi SS, right, that came to door to try to collect the Jews, right, and you were trying to save their life, right, and you know what's going to happen to them, so you choose to lie for them to keep them safe. That would make sense, although it is evil to lie under other circumstances. So there's a potential where lying could be, I guess you could call, good.
Okay.
But there are also, the vast majority of times, it's not good because it propagates falsehood, right?
Lying
and that's the reason.
It's evil in some cases, but others it's not. Is that what you? Is that kind of the view?
I would say if we had to pick scenarios, this is like the abortion argument, right? It's like there's the minuscule chance that somebody's going to get raped, and then of course that one-off situation could be the one potential, which I still think is a dumb argument. But anyways, the whole point I'm trying to get across is that there could be this potential that could save somebody's life, right? I mean, in the event that the mother could die because she's going to have a baby, I guess that makes sense, but at the same time, I still think that it's wrong to do that, right? Does that make sense? Like, lying is still wrong no matter what is done there, but if it's going to save somebody's life, it's a lesser evil based on the situation, right? So, I mean, this is within our own context, within this realm that we live in. In God's perspective, he has no reason to lie, right? Does that make sense? There's no reason for him to do something like that because it goes against his character. Also, think about it this way: if he speaks something, right, from my perspective, he speaks those things into existence. So therefore, by default, it is truth. It is real. There's no other way of looking at it, right? So in that sense, no, he cannot lie, right? But that doesn't mean that as far as capacity and as far as his mind is concerned, he wouldn't have the ability to do so. Does that make sense? It's like when you're thinking about things, you can come to false conclusions, right? But for God, he would never come to those conclusions by default because he's omniscient and has all knowledge. So he will always be able to fall back onto automatically knowing the truth. So there's so much nuance that goes to this. We're not talking about the same entities here. Obviously, our mind is far degraded compared to something like a omniscient, omnibenevolent, omnipotent being. And so we can only speculate and hope that we have this correct. I could be wrong in certain aspects, right?
It's okay to say you don't know whether it's true or false. I don't mind that. That's a valid response for me.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't like to put it in this like hard the way that you put it there. There are certain things that I can say are, but okay. So lying, like I said, is wrong. It is a bad thing, right? But there are circumstances that could allow. Okay, so there's the case in the Bible where the Israelites were scoping out Jericho, right? And there's the woman Rahab who became
spies, right?
Yeah, that's right. There's 2 spies that were sent into the city, and the woman Rahab, she's a prostitute. She had saved these two men by lying for them, right? Yeah. Now, clearly, this woman did an evil act, but she saved their life, and she also ended up being one of the women that were in the genealogical line to Jesus. So there's a lot more to this than we don't understand, right? So God could allow certain evil things to take place to allow his overall plan to unfold, right? Because again, we don't know all of his reasons. Like your initial argument was that God, you couldn't see where God, basically why God would have reasons to allow evil. But clearly, if you look at stories like that, you can see that there would be possible reasons for things like this to happen, right? And we don't see all things. So again, we have to assume that God can see all things, and therefore he can see how things are going to play out in the end. So I'm not trying to jump around different subjects. I'm not trying to move goalposts. I know we're on one subject, but I think that there is a lot that you have to like look at the big picture to get the good idea of what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I know this is not fun. This is how, unfortunately, philosophers go through. You know,
I know that you have to deal with this all the time.
But the point is that I think we have to go through the pain. Okay, so let's just make lying. Look, I don't think a Christian should think that there's a principle against lying. I thought you were one of those Christians, but
well, it says. So one of the 10 Commandments says not to bear false witness, right? But there's a difference. Okay, so that would be like if you go before a judge, right? And you give your account of a testimony of something that happened, and you deliberately give the opposite or something else that's entirely contrived, right? That would be false witness. Now, I'm not saying that this discounts lying altogether, that you can just go around willy-nilly lying. No, that's not how that works, because we all, as persons, as individual agents, can also be judges, right? So therefore, it kind of makes it where... What's that?
God can do what he shouldn't do. Is that true or false from your view?
So, as far as a personal agent is concerned, he can do what he shouldn't do. However, as far as his character is concerned, he will not do what he shouldn't do.
1 second. My computer's being so stupid.
That's okay.
I hate Windows, and I'm forced to be on
Is this
Windows.
like one of those programs that you have to like log into whenever you're connected from different devices?
It's a great...
Like a VDI or something?
It's a mirroring thing. I'm sorry, I don't know anything.
Okay. That's cool, man.
Okay, so look. Okay, is it so? This is weird. Okay, I think what you said was okay. Is this true or false? Look, I think Pigs. I'm not out to get you now.
No, it's okay.
Okay, here's what I think it would be best. Okay, if you just tell me whether you think it's true or false, you don't have to explain your reasoning. Okay. That way, then we can come back to it, and I'll be like, okay, this is where I see the problem. Let's discuss. Do you want to do it? Can we do it that way? Is that okay? Or do you have to think?
If we're going through these dichotomies, though, there's so much nuance to what is being said that it makes it difficult for me to come to this direct conclusion.
If you feel like you don't, the point is that you can explain the nuance, but you don't have to justify it to me. I'm going to grant you anything you believe. Okay, I'm not going to say you can't believe this, right? The only thing I will do if I see it is to say, okay, you believe these two things. I don't think they go logically well together. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not attacking. Don't think of this as like, please don't think this as an interrogation.
That's okay. I'm not worried about that.
Okay, God can do what he shouldn't do. Is this true or false?
It's true.
Okay, it's true. Okay, what? That's not. I want thick. So this is true. Okay.
Right.
So we agreed earlier. Let's see. Shouldn't do means evil. True or false?
True.
True. Okay. So what I'm seeing here, okay, is that if these are equal, okay, we can replace it right here. So I'm going to use purple. Okay, that we can place what God can do, what he shouldn't do. What shouldn't do is evil. What is evil?
So evil would be the absence of. So okay, the way that I'm going to put it in perspective of what by what Frank Turek has described as what evil is. Right? He says if you remove good, there would only be evil. Right? And so it's like if you had a car with rust on it, if you remove the car, you would only have the rust, right? But if you remove the rust, you'd have the car. So there's certain ways of looking at this that really, again, they nuance the circumstance here to make it more apparent.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not. Look, that means that in term, I'm going to label these. You have to. You have to reject 2 then.
So you're saying that because God has the potential to do evil, then we shouldn't accept premise 2.
Well, okay. Unless wait, are you? I thought you were trying to say to redefine evil. Maybe I'm wrong.
No. What I'm getting across is that I think we're both looking at evil in terms of what it actually.
Argument before. You've said something. I've heard this argument many times. I think what you're trying to say is evil doesn't have any ontological status. It's not like, think about heat. Heat exists,
right? And then without heat, then of course cold exists, right? It's like, so that's what I'm saying. It's like a default. It only exists in absence of something. So
personally, I think there's a lot of problems with that, but I'm going to grant it. Okay, I'm going to grant it. Okay, so you're saying something like evil doesn't exist. I'm trying to see where I'll grant. What I mean is, when I say I'm granting it, I'm granting whatever you want me to write down for 2.
So you're saying that I should add something to what can be comparable to evil? Is what you're saying?
Well, the point is that I thought you wanted to redefine evil in a way where we can reject 1.
So evil would just be lacking good. The absence of good.
Do you accept this? Do you accept this?
I mean, so again, I think I clarified earlier that there are things that we shouldn't do that could be considered evil. I mean, evil and good, right? I mean, just like the whole hypergamy thing. Like we can call that evil or we can call it good. It really doesn't matter.
It can't be both evil and good because that's a contradiction.
No, I'm saying that we could have different definitions of those circumstances that would make it good or evil by our subjective opinion based on what you believe, right? And see, I try to be charitable to your position so that you have something to work with. Now, I know that you're trying to be charitable to me and just allow me to talk from my position, but it seems like we're just focusing only on specific propositions, and it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of like throwing a big wrench into the whole thing because it's not really answering the question that is required here. So I think I've already specified shouldn't or should nots really are a subjective thing. There's not like something we can, say that would be 100%, you should not do that or you should do that if in the event that things are determined, right? So if you're trying to say that God has to be a certain way, therefore, let me take a moment here real quick because I'm still actually waking up, by the way.
I'm dying myself. So,
but so the way it's been framed here, it's almost as if we're trying to put God into this little bitty box, right? And then say this is how God has to be, which to me just makes him this determined God, similar to what Calvinism has put forth, right?
Do you think God has to be God?
Well, God has parameters that are required, yes, but there are certain things. Like I said, if we're being logically consistent, if he's a personal agent, he does have the capacity to do evil. But if he is God in his nature and character, he also chooses deliberately not to do those things, and that's why it makes him a quote good, because those things that he does are good, and that's what I'm trying to get across. Like I never changed that part of my philosophy.
I think what I'm trying to do here with this kind of painful exercise is presenting an objection to what you're saying by just getting you to accept a set of premises, right? I'm basically, rather than giving you the argument, I'm getting you to see what I'm thinking in my mind.
Right. And I get that you're trying to just make sense of what I'm trying to put out. I'm sorry.
Right. I think that I will just say that I have never really heard a Christian apologist make this distinction between, like, the distinction that you're making in terms of, well, God can do evil, but he never does. Okay. I haven't heard that. Okay. And I think that, and so that's part, so be patient with me.
And for the record, I could still be wrong. I never said that I was 100% right in my perspective either. I think that.
Let me just give you what the apologists want to say.
Right.
Go ahead and say what you were saying.
Because, I mean, we all have different things that we could hold to that could also be logically incoherent and when put into practice. However, when I listen to people like I said, Frank Turk, he was just one example based on what I could perceive made sense of the argument. It's that clearly if evil exists, it's only because of the absence of good, right? And so in cases like that, you could say things like God was not there when this happened, right? That's why we believe God is an omnibenevolent being. And he allows certain other beings or other entities to enact, actions of evil or propagate evil. And so, see, there's another thing that goes along with this.
How many numbers exist in the number line that I just wrote?
7.
7. Is 0 a number?
So 0 would be the absence of a number, but you can use it as a number. Yes.
Okay. The point is that there's 0 is real.
Right.
Okay. And even though it's considered as not being any number,
it can also be considered a placeholder, but yes.
Okay. And this is how I think the best way you can make sense of the whole what you're giving, I think, is something called a privation argument, right? That evil is a privation of good. Okay. Right. So, and in the same way that cold is a privation of heat.
Okay? Right. Okay.
I'm just seeing if this helps you or not. Okay. Well, let me just give you the classic understanding of all good, and then maybe you can say, "Oh, well, no, this is obviously not what I'm talking about." But all good means it could either. I think you can mean it two things. Okay. I think this is the way you might define it. Always does the good. Can do evil. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Right. That's exactly what I...
Okay. But the typical apologist will say all good is can't do...
Well, that would be a fallacy in my perspective, just because of the fact that it's a contradiction in the sense that you're making God a robot. He's determined to do certain things. He cannot actually do those things, right? Again, I could be wrong. I'm not trying to say I am right about any of this. I'm just giving you what I believe, and it makes logical sense, coherent sense to me.
I think you're reasoning pretty well.
Okay.
So, the idea is that okay. So let me give you something that's not an argument. Something that might not even. Well, something I want to get off my chest is that lots of Christians, apologists or not apologists, really don't want to say this, and it seems like you're comfortable with that, right? Okay. So
I would be comfortable with that too. God,
okay.
He is not impossible to do evil, but since his nature is good and his motivations are good, and he wants only to do what is good, so he doesn't do evil. He always does what is in accordance with his nature, and his nature is good. So he does. So but that doesn't mean that he cannot permit evil to exist.
Well, just as Otangelo mentioned earlier, he said that there could be reasons that in order for us to even perceive evil in the first place, we would have to know what looks like good, what looks like evil, right? Oh, I'm sorry, good. I misplaced the word. So if for you to even know what good looks like, we would have to see what evil looks like to be able to say, well, that's the opposite of what we just witnessed, right? Like this, there has to be a dichotomy here in that sense.
Okay, so let me just tell you why some Christian philosophers want to stay away from what I'm highlighting here. Okay, stuff like this, right? Could God command you to do to murder your family? For not even for His glory, right? Just because.
So the point is, he could do this, and okay, it would. Hypothetically speaking, he could do that. Because remember, he did this with Abraham. He said to go and sacrifice your son, right? And remember what he did whenever he was going to do this. This is to show that Abraham had faith in what God could do, right? Mm-hmm. So he allowed Abraham to go forward to try and attempt to do this, but he stopped him and then provided a substitute, right? And the whole point of this, by the way, is just to show that God is going to provide a substitutionary lamb for all of our sins, because that's what their practices were in the first place, was to have a sacrificial system to pay our price from the beginning. If we understand the theology from its roots, right? That was the whole point of having to sacrifice animals in the first place. It was to pay our price. It's supposed to be a degrading system to show us how depraved we are for doing these things, right? So every time that we sin is to say, hey, now this poor priceless, innocent animal has to pay your price for you because of what you chose to do, right? And so it's not like something that we just, we hate animals and so we want to go kill something, right? No, that's not how this works. I've actually heard atheists that actually think that that's how it's supposed to be for some reason, which doesn't make any sense. But I know that you're not doing that. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that there's an explanation for why God always does the good rather than evil?
So I do think that it has to do with his nature and character, like I mentioned before, which, again, I don't think that we can ever truly know 100% how that is supposed to operate, right? Like there are going to be gaps in our knowledge no matter what happens, even if we were to be strict determinists. I mean, supposedly, if you were a determinist, you could literally calculate what people are going to do if you have all the different details, right? That's the actual assumption here.
Well, let me give these the possibilities here with respect to this issue. There might be a question about why does God always do the good when He can do evil? Okay. And one response will be the nature thing, but I think there's a problem with this, right? The nature thing establishes some necessity. Okay? So what I mean by that is that if something is like by nature a certain way, it has to act that way. So the idea is that this. Go ahead. No, if you need to interrupt.
Well, I was going to say. Maybe the definition of nature is different than what you have here, because I would say it's character. Does that make sense? So character and nature could be different things there. So if we're trying to say that God is, again, determined by nature to do certain things, then maybe I did misstate what I was talking about there. I think that characters exist, right? And this is something that he has come to the conclusion is the best character.
It doesn't matter.
And therefore,
I think it's going to matter what we appeal to. Here's why.
Mm-hmm.
If there's two options, right? It's either that this happens because there's no explanation, right? So it's brutally contingent. Okay, that's one coherent answer to the question. Okay. That what explains why God always does the good, there's nothing further that explains that, is a silly question. God just simply always does the good, and that's the end of the story. That's an option, okay? But the problem
it's an option, but again, I don't hold to the deterministic view that he is required to do that, right?
That's not deterministic.
I think it is, personally. I mean, if I look at it from an ontological perspective.
Either that there is an explanation,
I don't hold to the deterministic view,
or there's no explanation, right? That's whether there is or no explanation. It's going to be either or, right? Now, the problem is that if there is an explanation, that's deterministic. If there's no explanation, that's indeterministic.
I'm not sure I follow that. I mean, so explanations don't have to be like determined. They can be something that's from reason, you know. So reason, to me, reason cannot really exist in the event that everything is determined. That doesn't really follow, you know, from my perspective.
Differently, because I forget I'm a compatibilist, so I use
that's okay.
You mean what you mean by is forced when you hear determined, right?
Right. Determined means that all things have to follow a specific pattern only because the laws that dictate them exist, right? So if those laws didn't exist, then nothing would be determined, right? Now, I think of it in terms of God enacted laws, and he may or may not follow those laws depending on what he chooses to do. But again, it's a choice that he has, you know, at his disposal. He can actually change those laws at will if he wants to.
Okay, here's the problem that I have, right? So I'm going to try to use your words. By the way, but just a side note, I do agree with you that if you're determined by laws of nature, there's no free will. Let's just agree to that. Okay, just on a side note,
absolutely.
I'm with you. I just call that no will. I just think that destroys your will. There's not even will. There's just, we're talking about free will. There's
exactly.
Just no, okay.
Could be desires only.
No, not even. I don't think you can even have desires.
Technically, I guess. Okay.
No, there wouldn't be anything resembling to a mental life or mind, because it's natural. Natural things can't have mental states. Anyway, so
what do you mean by that? Natural things can have mental states. What do you mean by that?
Mistakes wouldn't exist.
Right. I'm saying that if everything is natural, there's no such thing as mental states.
Well, but I mean, I mean, the thing is, what do you mean by natural?
I mean, it's governed by laws of nature.
He means like determined. I think that's the way he's using it right now.
If it's governed by laws of nature, it's natural.
Right.
Okay, but I don't think that the mind is actually following the laws of nature. And I mean, by the laws of nature.
No, he agrees.
Yeah, I agree.
He agrees. It's not, you know, he's just trying to nuance the circumstance here.
I was just agreeing with Pigs that by the way, on the side note, I agree with you that if you're determined by laws, there's no you anymore. There's just not.
Right.
Right. I was agreeing with him, Otangelo. Okay. So the point here is that with respect to what God always does, is there an explanation or no explanation? Now, the idea of explanation has a built-in concept of cause. So that means we have a cause here. Here, there's no cause, right? If I explain why my house burned down, someone will say, "Well, there was a gas leak." That was a causal relation. Okay, so is this agreeable so far?
Well, so the thing is, I agree with you, yes, but then you have to call into question if in the event that didn't happen because somebody chose to go and put out the fire early or something like that, whether or not that was determined, right? Is that...
Well, you and I mean something different by determined. I'm saying, right. I don't, do you mean determined and cause to mean the same thing? Because I don't.
No. So again, I don't lump in reason with determined at all. I think that they are two entirely...
Stay away from the word, but I think our reasons cause our actions, right?
They can be causes, but they can't... based on what I was hearing there, I don't think that they would be in a determined fashion.
Okay, sure. I understand how you're using the word determined. I'm never going to bring that up again because we're not talking about nature. Okay?
Okay.
So, and if I do, it's a slip up. I just mean something like caused. Okay.
No worries.
Because in philosophy, if you just want to know, determined just means caused. And
okay.
Then there's two kinds of determinism. There's hard and soft determinism, right? So what you mean by determinism is what philosophy means by hard determinism. What I mean by cause and what we mean by cause is what we mean by soft.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, you're still on track with respect to hard determinism. I think that's what.
Gotcha.
But the idea is that if we're differentiating cause, the question is if there's an explanation for this, there's a cause for it. Now, that means that I think what that does is that might constrain. I'm trying to use palatable language because I don't want to like get you thinking I don't want you to misinterpret me. Okay, let me give you this example. I chose to have a conversation rather than going to sleep. Okay. And you might ask me, well, why? Why, Danny? And I said, oh, well, because I want to talk about the problem of evil.
Right.
Okay. That explains why I chose one over the other.
Right.
Okay. So on my view, right, if we were around the clock, if it is indeed an explanation, I'm going to do the same thing.
I mean, you can choose not to, but I agree with you that likely you will choose to do the same thing. If we're doing probability.
Look, there's a big difference between what explains your action versus what explains why you did one over another.
Oh, I agree. No, I completely agree with that. I mean, so that's what I'm saying with God. In respect to God, right? He can allow evil to take place because he has a greater good that will come out of that. See, that's what the scriptures teach, though. It says that God allows evil to take place for the good of the saints, right? So there are certain things that we will never see or understand or even know about that God has done or allowed that
I haven't really.
Yeah. And we're going on to another subject with that. I'm sorry, I keep kind of jumping around. But
I'm trying to point out an issue here, and it's very hard to communicate. And it's difficult for me to communicate. This is what I'm saying. That when I choose to have a conversation, rather than going to sleep, if I say, the second that I say, there's an explanation for that. Okay? That means that if we were to rewind the clock, if I had actually chosen, given the same reasons, same weight, same conditions, if I instead chose to go to sleep, then that means that the reason I gave you for wanting to talk about the problem of evil doesn't explain the difference.
Can you say that one more time? I think I might have missed something there because I was also looking at the chat.
It's not your fault. It's difficult. Look, so here's me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I chose to do A. I could choose between A and B.
Right.
Okay. Now you ask me, why did you choose A over B?
Right.
And I say because of Y reason.
Well, sometimes there is no reason. Let's suppose that you are walking on the road and then you come to a cross point and you can choose between A and B, between the right side of the road following and the left side of the road following, but there is no specific reason why to choose one road over the other, and you choose one of both. Then there doesn't have to be a specific reason for it.
That's what I call random. That's what I mean by random.
Yeah, you make a random choice. So there hasn't to be a particular reason if you don't have one to go for one over the other.
I agree with you that if I choose one over the other and there's no explanation for that, I chose A randomly.
Yes. Right.
Okay. But that's not what happened in this case, right? If you ask me, Tangelo, have asked me, Danny, why didn't you just go to sleep? I'm like, well, what explains why I didn't go to sleep, what explains why I wanted to talk to you over going to sleep is that I wanted to talk about the problem of evil, right?
Well, it boils down basically to, has God chosen to make the best possible world? And this is, of course, a very, very difficult question.
Changing the subject right now. We want to understand. I think
Sorry,
we're talking about this now. If we want to talk about something different, because
no, go ahead. I don't want to.
No, I'm fine with talking about something different, but I think that there's a problem here, and I'm trying to identify it. Okay, and I'll just keep the conclusion, and if you understand the conclusion, then we'll move on. If you don't understand, then I'll finish the argument. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead and give the conclusion real quick.
That is what you have a problem with to be a theist, and I think it is a very important issue that you come to sound and logical and reasonable conclusions.
Right.
Sorry, what?
I mean,
if this is your main contention regarding theism, then we definitely need to make sure that you come to the right or to proper conclusions.
One of them. But we'll move on. All right. I also have an academic interest in this stuff. Okay, and I know you don't. You more about you want to save my soul, and I respect that. But I'm not trying to convert y'all. I like the conversation.
Well, let me clarify, Danny. I am often being accused that I try to convert people or try to save souls. But the thing is that my relation in regards to what I am doing is only and exclusively related to what God has commanded us to do, is the Great Commission, to go and proclaim the gospel. Now, the process of people accepting or not accepting what we are saying, that is not our business.
Yeah, I'm sorry I gave a pejorative. I didn't mean to do that to you, Antangelo. I didn't mean to just say, oh, you just want to convert me. I understand that you have reasons that are motivated by your religious beliefs, your Christianity. I'm saying that what motivates me is I have academic interest. Okay.
Okay, so let's suppose that all these problems which you have with theism, you would find some explanations which would actually direct you to hold the view that theism is finally a better explanation of our world rather than materialism. What would you do in that case? Would you return to become a theist, or eventually even?
Yeah, I think that's very likely. That's very likely. Yeah. Okay. But I don't want to waste your time. I might not ever be that person, right? I might not ever.
No, since I said that my proclamation of the gospel is not bound to success, then this is irrelevant to me. I mean, I would say that in my interactions in all my career, let's say as a Christian, I have very, very rarely seen people actually to surrender to Christ and to change their trajectory in their lives. But that hasn't removed my motivation to continue doing what I am doing, because, as I said previously, my motivation is grounded in God, in Christ's command to go and proclaim the gospel. And since I am convinced that my faith is the truth, then that is also a motivation, because we want to proclaim the truth as a benefit, being beneficial to others.
Yeah. So
I don't mind. This is just to interject real quick, because Lena Paul was putting out something that I thought was kind of wrong real quick. So that passage there from Kings, you're looking at this in the wrong perspective, Lena. So if you actually go to the original translation, it's actually God brings about calamity. Where it says evil there, it's a mistranslation. I mean, you don't have to accept that. I'm just letting you know that it doesn't say that God brings about evil. It says he brings about calamity. And what we perceive to be evil could actually be a good thing. Just like hell is a good thing, technically speaking, when you're looking at punishment, right? So anyways, just moving on, you guys can continue your conversation. That's
an interesting point that you just said, Pig, that, I mean, hell for us, so obviously it is a bad thing, and special for atheists which reject God, because if they consider that thought seriously, then they have to expect that they will end up in hell.
So hell is bad, but it's bad because it's known to be painful, right? It's supposed to be some painful experience that we endure. Exactly. However, it's a consequence, which is actually a good consequence for our actions. That's what makes it good.
It is embedded in a framework of justice, because if we want to instantiate justice, then there must be punishment for evil.
Exactly.
And for that reason, God is justified to have created the hell, and he created it in first place for
angels that had
for them. And basically that. I think that if we would prefer a world where there is no hell and no punishment, then that would entail that actually non-justice prevails, and that people can basically just do evil and then go away with it.
Right. And so just to answer, go ahead, Danny.
What Lena's saying is kind of tracking my sentiment. I know you haven't shown that, but everything I just heard, I feel like I'm committed to saying that on Christianity, there's just no evil. I wonder if Lena, is that the sense that you're getting when you hear them, Lena? I don't know.
I'm not sure that that's not the way I'm trying to construe it. I mean, evil only exists in the absence of good from my perspective. And again, I could be wrong. I'm just giving you the way I see it.
And another point, maybe what comes in my mind is, how can there be good and evil in a materialistic world?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
You're right.
Good and evil can only objectively exist if God exists and instantiates and makes oath to be's. Then if we are under that framework, then evil can exist. But if there is no God, then there are just subjective opinions. If what I call evil you call good, who is right? You have an opinion, I have an opinion, but that's it. There is nothing above which says, no, you are wrong and you are right.
Yeah, me and Bob actually had the same conversation with Danny like a week ago or so.
Who?
You remember Bob Argatha?
Oh yeah, Bob. Lena, did you understand the point I was making before I said anything, or I'm just curious. But
I'm not
anyway,
really sure where Lena's coming from, to be honest. It's kind of confusing because, I mean, she was making the point earlier that God does evil, and so we should stop using the word omnibenevolence. But I try to explain to her that the word evil that's in the passage of there, it means calamity and not evil, the way it's being espoused from our perspective. It's not coming from our perspective. Calamity, if it's brought about, is a justice, and therefore it's not good. It's not an evil thing.
Did you understand before tonight? I was wondering if you already thought this, or whether I said something that made you think, or whether you had already thought this before.
I mean, if I am provoking pain or calamity to another person, let's suppose I provoke pain to another person, does that mean that I am provoking evil? I mean, maybe we should define what evil actually means.
We did it back here.
Real quick, Tangela, can you put the link for the StreamYard into the chat so that she can join, so we can just have that conversation? Because it seems like she keeps saying I don't get it, but I don't really get what she's not saying.
You don't understand my view and
interpretation of
I'm just saying benevolence. Like I guess it's hard to say it. It really is, because the words are so tricky, and I think that I think maybe y'all are not. It's hard to point out, but y'all equivocate a lot on the good.
It's possible.
Yeah, and I don't, and there's like, I have to show why, okay, why, I don't know, like I'm trying to think.
Well, again, so I think that there's this distinction, because Dan Straight was putting in here. He says that exactly right. He says, I understand Lena's point. Atheists think that omnibenevolent requires God to not permit our evil actions, which to a degree is true, but that's in spite of his other attributes, right? So, and if we assume that he's a personal agent who has a mind and has a will and has a choice to do things a certain way, then he will, if he loves us, right? If he's all loving, then he is giving us the opportunity to change our ways so that he does not have to bring about that calamity, right? That's why it says in the scriptures that he will refrain from bringing about, or he will turn his face away from us in events where we choose to do in accordance with his will. That's a whole other theological discussion. I'm not trying to go down rabbit holes. I'm just trying to make it more apparent that I think I have an understanding. It's just it seems like that whole perspective makes it to where God is deterministic. And I think I did understand that. Maybe she's just not really understanding where I'm coming from.
I don't know where to go from here.
Sorry.
I mean, I'm thinking if this matters. I don't know if it matters or not. There's a point that I can make here, but I don't think anything. I'm trying to think if anything turns on it. Like, let's say let's say there is a problem there. Well, so what? If there's a problem, does that even relate to the problem of evil?
Danny, I think that you're just addicted to philosophy, man.
Well, that's probably true. But no, what I'm saying is this: with respect to what I just written here, here's the problem. I'll give you the conclusion. Remember, I said that. The conclusion is this: if there's an explanation, then that means that that must happen, which means there's no possibility, which means God cannot do evil. That's what I'm trying to argue. You're going to have to think that it's brutally contingent. Sorry.
Well, I disagree with you. God, theoretically, he can do evil, giving up one of what consists of his nature, which is being good. Then, I mean, there is no ontological impossibility to God actually change his mind and start willing to do evil. But since that would go against his nature, that won't gonna happen.
Well, again, I think it's character, not nature, that allows that. And I agree with you 100% as far as the God will not do these things because it does go against his character. But he has the ability to choose to do so.
Yeah.
That's the distinction here.
Yes, that's the point. Yes.
But if there's something that explains why he always does the good, then that eliminates all other possibilities.
It's his character, because that's what he is. He
chooses. It doesn't make it determined.
Explain what I just said, because I don't think you're interpreting me right.
So you're saying like the soft determined, right?
No, I'm saying that
you mean hard
if something, I'm just talking about cause, right? If something explains X for Y, look, think about this always does the good. That's one. Can do evil, the possibility of doing evil, that's two. Is there an explanation for why the actual world is one in which he always does the good over the non-actualization of the possible world in which he did all evil? And if there's an explanation, that means that possibility of doing evil, well, that's actually incoherent. It's impossible, because there's something that explains or constrains the world in which God always does evil. Always does good.
So I'm not sure that I follow that. Again, I think this is a misuse of the words in this case. And actually, Dan Straight put a point in here in the chat. He says, Danny, epistemic capacity does not determine a person's actions. And so that's the whole point. So, like I said, the scriptures are coherent in the sense that it talks about how God can do whatever he wants to. He talks many times about how he is,
this doesn't make sense to me, because I take a nature to be constraining.
Right, that's why I don't use the word nature. I think of it as character. Like there can be any number of characters in a person, right? A person. If we're talking about nature, nature has nothing on a person's. How do you say that? Like I'm sorry. So if your mind, right, it exists apart from your body. I'm going to put it this way. Then nature has absolutely no impact on your mind, okay, aside from what you experience within a physical reality. However, as far as character is concerned, character is how you enact what is within your mind, right? So if you choose as a free will agent to do certain things, that goes towards the character of your person, right? And therefore, I think that God chose the best, the most beneficial, the greatest character, right? And that's what we're going off of. So it's not a natural thing. It's not something that's determined in that sense. That's what I'm trying to get across. I don't think of it that way.
Okay. Look, God does A, or God could have done B. A is good. B is evil, right? Mm-hmm. Now, this is the actual world. This is the world we're in.
Right.
Okay, sorry, I'm writing fast, okay?
That's okay.
Now, the thing is that what I'm trying to say is if there's something that explains why this happens, that means this can't happen. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, gosh.
Wait, what? It kind of disappeared.
Yeah, 1 second.
That's okay.
I don't know why it does that. Okay, so it should come up in a second. Okay, so look, so I'll laser point it out, right? So here's the actual world. This is good. This is evil, right? If there's something that explains why God does the good, then that means that this possibility is gone. If there's nothing that explains it, then either is possible, but then it becomes random.
No, it doesn't make it random. So again, okay. if you're in the sense that you're saying that God has a mind and he can randomly choose to do things, that makes sense. But if you're saying that his actions themselves are random, I would say that's wrong, because we know I am judging this based on what's in the scriptures, and the scriptures give us an insight into God's character. And so from that, we can assume that we have the right understanding of what he is going to choose to do. Now, that doesn't mean that we are going to be 100% right all the time. It doesn't mean that we are going to have every answer regarding things that are going to happen in the future, as assuming that naturalism and determinism would be true. But at the same time, we can say that there is a reason that these things took place, right? So, like, say that my grandmother dies tomorrow, right? And I'm so grieved by it. I mean, she's been there for all of my life, and I don't know what else to do or think about, right? And I start to blame God for this action. Is it truly an evil act that God took her away? Or is it something that happened for a purpose that I just don't understand yet, right?
Or maybe it wasn't even for a specific purpose. It was just God's deliberate act upon his possibility of free action as a deity.
Well, look, let me respond to Lena, and then maybe
go ahead.
Lena's asking, how did I conclude that if it's not caused, it's random? That was her question, and this is I think Otangelo put it really well. You're at a fork of the road, okay? You're deciding between going left or right, but there's no reason, nothing that would have you or explain why you should take one over the other. So you just make a choice, okay? It's random. Okay, so there's nothing that explains why you chose one fork of the road over the other. Okay,
I think it would be different for God, though. But yeah.
So the idea is that think about God being on that fork of the road. Okay, and there's good and evil. If you want to say he chooses the good thing, there's a question about whether he had a reason to do that. Okay, or whether it was just random, that it so happened to be that he was.
I think that God always chooses to act based on his character, and his nature, which is good. That's where all his actions emanate. It's based on his being, and his being is good. And
So again, I don't like the term nature in this conversation, just because of the fact that it almost seems like God has to be determined. But again, I agree that character can be chosen.
The idea of a nature implies constraints. That's what the concept does. Okay, so
God describes himself as the I am. So you have to ask yourself, what does that entail? And I think it entails the simple fact that he eternally is the way he is. And how is he? He is good. What does that mean? He only acts and does what is good, what is favorable, what is
So real quick, Danny, Hey Love Nothing said he wanted me to ask the question. You understand why there would be a need for reason or purpose, correct?
There has to be a reason. No, there doesn't have to be a contrastive reason. Okay, so reasons in this case are going to be desires or beliefs. Okay, when God has a reason to do something, he desires it. Okay,
or if he God's desire is to love.
Is that explained?
Well, that's how God revealed himself through the Bible. And that means that he wants that we are co-participants and can actually enjoy his glory.
Okay, so let's say this is love right here, right? The point is that God, when he chooses to do the good, he's choosing to love.
Right.
Okay. Is there an explanation for it?
His nature.
Yes.
Or
the explanation would be...
Or his character, whatever you prefer.
Okay, but that means that the other this possibility, I'm going to do laser pointer, this is impossible then if it's explained.
No, it is not that it is impossible. It's that God chooses one option over the other based on his nature. And I would say that his nature, there it is how can I say, you cannot boil down it lower. That's the final point. Actually, that's the singularity.
Wait. Look, let me just understand me. I don't think you're understanding me, and that's my fault.
The substance of his being.
This is where I disagree with the Tangela. I have to stipulate
maybe you can develop that what I am said and express it better or differently, and I will be fine eventually to agree with you. If you disagree, you can maybe expose why you think I didn't word it correctly.
Do you want me to try to explain things, or you got it?
No, like I said, the reason why I keep coming back to that is that it's similar to what Frank Turek said, this is where I disagree with him in term, because he likes to put this out that that God by his nature cannot do certain things, but I think that's wrong. I do think that's wrong, 100% actually.
I agree with you.
Lena agrees with me. Look at Lena's comment. That's my view. If it's based on his nature, then B world is not possible.
I see. I get the point, and I agree with you. Maybe it's better to say than his character rather than.
That's why I use the word character, because it's again, character is something that's based solely within your mind that you choose willingly to do or enact, right?
Yeah, so if it's the nature of something, it cannot be changed.
Look, so you're missing the point. Correct. It doesn't matter what it is. The point is that if it's explained by anything, then B is impossible.
Well, the thing is, character is something that you can actually change. So if I have a character which is expressed by doing good and love, and I want to change my character and becoming someone that prefers evil and doing bad, then I can do that.
Okay, look, Tangela, if I were a Christian, this is how I would respond. But what my argument is supposed to go against this, right? Here's why am I even talking about this? Is because of this. I'm trying to show you a problem with this, okay? And so if I were a Christian, here's what I would say. That God is just understood in terms of doing the good and not doing the evil. That is in his nature. That's to say he is understood as a being that only does things that are loving, kind, just, good. Okay,
let me answer to this, Danny. I think that's important. Let's take a reference to ourselves. We feel good when we do good to others and we love others, but we feel bad when we do immoral things and when we do evil to other people. And I think if we want to live in accordance to what makes us happy or what is good, then we will choose to do good things. And I think maybe same thing.
I would actually disagree with that, Otangelo, just because there are people obviously that are sadistic and that will literally do the opposite because they gain pleasure out of it and things like that. Although I agree that in the bigger picture of things, if they really looked at it, it'd be much better to do the good things because in the end it would be better for every person. But then if you have like a hedonist, or if you have like I said, a sadist or something, or a masochist, anything like that, you would basically have to be confronted with the notion that these people do not care, a sociopath or something like that. They don't care about anyone else. They are selfish to the point that they do not care what's going to happen to the other people there.
Yes, they don't care, but they know that what they are doing is wrong.
Exactly. I agree with you. I completely agree that they do know that there's something wrong with what they're doing. But
that's maybe why we have a fallen nature, because we actually know what is good, but we do what is not good because of our nature, because of our human nature, which constrains us to actually do what is wrong. And the Apostle Paul brings that precisely to the point when he says, I don't do what I want to do, but I do what I don't want to do. And that's because of my nature.
Yeah, I think that what I'm trying to say, guys, is that if it's explained, right? If I were a Christian, I would say God only does good things. So for me, if I were a Christian, I was a Christian 4 years ago, I would have said this is not possible. Okay, but y'all were saying that this was possible, but then
So I'm saying that God in his character doesn't allow this to happen. That doesn't mean it's an impossible thing So just like our minds, right? Our minds are corrupt. And again, I'm not God. I'm not saying I have any revelation, no cohesive ability to be like God. I'm saying that comparing minds to minds here, I say he has the capacity to will or choose to do things, either good or evil, but he chooses only to do good. That's the most comprehensive and coherent argument I can put forth regarding that.
Yeah, I think that I feel like I'm not what do you think I'm trying to say, Pigs?
Well, from what I understand, you're saying that if God has any reason whatsoever that he by default is determined, from what I'm hearing here, to only do good, and therefore he is, it almost seems like he's not God anymore. He's just like a robot that is going based off of his nature.
You don't have to think about this in terms of God at all, right? My point could be made much more simply. Look, X event happens, Y event does not happen. So this is what happens. It doesn't matter what it is. We could be talking about a machine, a person, it doesn't matter, right?
Right.
Okay. So if this is what happens, okay, then to say that there's a explanation for it, right? Let's call this A, okay? If A is present, then X happens, okay? What that does is it precludes X from happening.
Why?
Because the point is that if X could happen...
I'm saying it precludes Y from happening?
Yes. Look, so look, I didn't draw it well. So let me say this. X happens, Y could have happened, okay? So this is actual. This is possible, okay?
Right.
But what happens, okay, here, is that if, let's say A is present, okay? And you're saying A explains why X happens. What that means is that for every time A is present, X will happen, not Y. But if A was gone, that means that you could potentially have Y happening. So that's the nature. That's called a contrast.
Well, even if A is there, A could determine or will epsilon to happen as well, unless you want to say that God's nature prevents him to do evil, which I disagree with.
I'm talking about something called a contrastive reason. Contrastive reason. That's very different than what you're talking about. A contrastive reason is something that explains why something happens rather than another. Because look, you're right. If I'm just saying why did this happen, I'm not going to there's no contrastive reason there. If I say, oh, this happened because of X, end of story. Okay?
Well, the contrast that we have here is good and evil. God chooses to instantiate the good which emanates from his character or from his goodness.
So again, I look at character as something that is selected, right? So I can choose to be a bad person. And that, of course, is dependent on the character I want to enact. And that's what I'm saying is happening with God. I think that he chooses most...
Do y'all understand what I'm saying here, though? If we don't agree on this, okay. So the idea, to repeat, in case for anyone that missed something, if X, whenever there's A, X will happen, Y will not happen. Okay? That's what I mean by contrastive reason. Now, watch this.
Could happen, but epsilon could happen. There is no constraint why A couldn't instantiate epsilon.
Wait, if you're saying that Y happens, that means that...
I'm not saying it happens. I'm saying it would be possible for A to choose to instantiate epsilon rather than X.
Okay, let's put in the context of God. Okay, but you kind of get what I'm saying. Okay, so let's talk about God for a second, right? So God, right, is choosing between A and B. Okay. Now the point is that if he chooses B, God's present, right? If he chooses A, God is present too. God can't be himself a contrastive reason, because he occurs in both possibilities. A contrastive reason only exists in one case because it explains that case.
So I'm still confused because you're saying, so again, if we place ourselves where God is at, I'm not saying this that we're God or anything like that. I'm just saying, as moral thinking agents, if we put ourselves there, and you're saying basically we can't contradict ourselves or we can't choose to do otherwise, right? Based on what
I don't want to say that. I don't hold that view of free will. I think we can do otherwise. I would think God.
So if that's the case, though, then why would we ever assume that God cannot do that?
If you think that there's an explanation for it.
Well, there would be, of course. He's a thinking mind, and so he would have reasons that we cannot perceive, that he would, of course, enact those things for. And that's what I'm trying to get across. We may not be able to see what he is thinking or know what he is thinking, but he is going to enact whatever his will is and his character based on what we understand about him. Now, again, we could be wrong. I'm not saying that I have this 100% right. I'm just saying that if we're looking at the character that we are assuming from what the Bible has put out and what we would call, I'm trying to think of the word, divine revelation, then I would assume that we do have the correct understanding of how he is supposed to operate. But again, we could be wrong. I just think it's very unlikely.
It's incredible how much this guy named Dan just doesn't understand any of my views. Anyway, look, Pigs, you have an option, right? You're choosing right now, though, but to talk or sleep, okay? You're choosing right now to talk, okay? Yes. Why? Why are you choosing to talk rather than sleep? Now, watch this. If you said, well, Danny, because I desired to, why is that not a contrastive reason?
I don't really get the point.
I don't either.
Does it? Okay, here's the thing, Danny. Though, if I choose to do something, that I didn't have to do, does that mean that I don't exist anymore? That's the point. No, I think that we're missing.
It doesn't. No, please listen to me. I'm not. This is not controversial. Okay, before we get all heated and roasted or whatever before this conversation gets going. I want to say what I'm saying is not that controversial. Okay, I think that you should really think about what I'm saying for a second. Okay, here's what I'm saying. Right now, I'm asking you, but don't answer. Why are you talking to me rather than sleeping right now? Okay, and if you had just told me, because I wanted to talk. Okay, that desire is also consistent with you in the case where you slept. So it's not a contrastive reason. Okay. Better example. You and I jump off a cliff together, the same cliff. We even hold hands while we're doing it. I live and you die. What's going to explain the difference can't be the cliff. Why? It can't be what explains why you died and I lived be the cliff, because it occurred in both cases. We have jumped from the same cliff.
In that case, though, there would be physical, relational, independent things that could help us understand that, right? So in that perspective, you could call it determined that you or I would have lived or died in that situation, right? In this case, when we're talking about a mind which you cannot understand or perceive.
You could have not pulled your parachute. That's intentional.
Okay, but again, that would be like a physical thing that was determined, right? In that situation.
You chose to do that. Right, so what explains, I'm pointing out that when I live and you die and we jump off the same cliff, what's not going to explain that is the fact we jump off the same cliff, because
I was assuming that we didn't have parachutes at all. We just chose to jump off. I didn't get the parachute part.
It doesn't matter. The point is that you could have an intentional explanation for the difference, but that's not the point. The point is that it would be wrong to say, oh, the reason why you died is because you jumped off a cliff. Why is that wrong?
No, I don't disagree with you. I don't think that.
Okay. This is what I'm
I think that we're on the same page there. I mean, so again, if we're looking at life through a determined perspective, there would be nothing wrong with me jumping off of a cliff at all. I mean, that's why people go and commit suicide all the time, because they think that there's no reason for them to be around, right? But if we're throwing out reason altogether, right, then
let me finish the point. I'm not doing that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This app is so stupid, man. Finish your thought while I'm.
No worries. Well, I was just trying to get across that I think that Oh, go ahead, Tangelo.
Danny, I am putting a link here in the private chat and in the public chat. There is a book here, Being and Goodness, the concept of the good in metaphysics and philosophical theology.
Who's it by?
Maybe that, yeah, you can upload it for free here. I just put the link here.
Do you know who's it by?
Sorry?
Do you know
who wrote the book?
Where'd it go?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Who wrote the book?
Yeah, who wrote the book?
Scott McDonald.
I've heard of McDonald. I think he's pretty. Yeah, I've seen that name. Maybe it's worth reading. The point. Okay. So look, what I'm trying to say is that if you decide to talk or sleep, in both cases you're going to have a desire, right? In the same way that if we both jump, in the case where I lived and you died, we both jumped off the same cliff. Okay. To have the desire itself is not going to provide what explains the difference. Because
I agree. I think it would be a cumulative case. That's why I was saying that under a determined physical understanding of things, there would be answers that go towards why you lived and why I died. Right.
Tell me why right now you're talking to me. I'm going to write the reason. You're interested? What do you like? You're bored? What is it?
Well, I'm awake at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., but I'm actually at 6:30 now.
What?
But
why are you talking to
me? So I jumped on to the other conversation y'all were having on the other channel, and then I was like, well, I'd like to join the discussion, and so that ended up being.
You wanted to talk about the POV, right? POE. You wanted to talk about the problem of evil, did you not? Yeah,
well, I wanted to hop in to talk to you guys about that.
Plus other reasons. That's fine. Okay. Like, sure. You were a Tangelo and you like me and whatever. Okay. There's other reasons, but let's just say that this is a story that we're depicting, right? So this is what explains why you did one over the other. Okay. The point is that if you had chosen this, okay, and all of these things are still in place, it's no longer a contrastive reason.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So I think the other argument that you were making,
choose one over the other for particular reasons which you have at that moment when you take the choice, when you make the choice.
Yeah.
You have two options. You take one over the other because you think one option fits better than the other for
right. But that's why I'm a determinist, by the way. What you just said is the reason why I'm not a metaphysical libertarian.
Well, but as I said previously to you, when you have two options and you don't know which one is more beneficial and you have to choose between one and the other, then you are not choosing for a particular reason. You are just choosing because of the sake of choosing an option in order to
random.
go on.
It's just random.
It's random.
Danny, I know that you're a compatibilist. So here's a question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
If you have, so say that you have a thought in your mind that comes in often, right? It's one that you don't particularly believe in, or it's just something that you just kind of don't really like, but it keeps coming into your mind, right?
Like a desire or something?
No, not a desire. This is just a thought. Like this simple thought. It's in your mind. And
I don't know what that means. Thought is too ambiguous. It's either going to be a belief, desire, or a belief or desire. It's going to be one of those.
No, so I don't think that you are not required to have a belief or desire based on your thoughts.
Well,
it's like imagine that, like, some kind of horrendous image popped into your mind and you never thought or believed in that image, right? That's what I'm saying. There are thoughts that can pop into your mind.
You're talking about like an imagination or memory or something like that.
It doesn't have to be a memory. It could be something. It could be something I had never even seen before. That's what I'm trying to get across. Is that it could be something that you simply you were disgusted by, though, right? It comes into your mind, and there's no reason for it to be there. And in fact, I would say, based on this particular analogy, it's something that you've never witnessed before, right? And it's come into your mind, but you've been having this thought multiple times and don't really know where it came from or why it's there, right? Now, would you call that determined, or would you say that there's some reason for that actually happening?
I think it's determined.
Well, why would it be determined if you never had an experience that would have brought about that particular thought?
Well, that there's some explanation for it that I might not be aware of.
Yeah, hey, Pigs. I mean,
Yeah, what's up?
Free will, okay, can exist. Like you could say everything is determined by your will, okay? It's not. That doesn't mean everything's determinism. You know what I mean? Okay.
Like yeah. I mean, so whenever I say
doesn't mean determinism is true because you have explanation for your actions. It just means you have the ability to choose otherwise.
Yeah, that's basically my view. That I don't think it's a contradiction to say that I'm determined, and then also say that I make choices that I could have chosen differently. Yeah. I don't think it's a contradiction.
Some people call that compatibilism.
Yeah,
it's a lot. You got to talk to whoever's using the words because
he knew that.
Well, when I look at like a lot of compatibilists, I think are basically putting forward determinism.
I mean, the one that I've heard the most about was Dr. Dan Barker, I think. He's a compatibilist, I believe, and I don't really hold to his perspective. I think it's very...
well, first of all, most compatibilists, I hold a very special kind of compatibilism. One that you probably won't find, I mean, like, very, very unique. I borrow one thing from the libertarians, right? I borrow the openness of the future. That's not a common feature in compatibilism, and I think that is where our freedom lies.
So that to me that's like libertarian free will.
It's basically I'm taking the good stuff from libertarian free will and leaving the bad stuff.
Okay.
You know, I take well, obviously.
Isn't that kind of cheating?
I'm a Christian, but I take I'm like a Molinist, I guess I would consider myself.
They're usually metaphysical libertarians, though. Molinists are metaphysical libertarians.
I am.
Okay.
But like God knows all our choices, right?
Right.
So in a sense, he can know the future. Okay. And that's basically Molinism.
Yeah, so Molinism tries to reconcile God's knowledge with your free will, and I think it works. I think it's it's one of the things that works.
It makes the most sense out of it all. Danny, I wasn't trying to not get you, but I just had a question.
Yeah.
What is the point of what you're saying if God acts according to his nature? What's the problem with that?
So in philosophy, nature is a constraining concept, right? So if I say you can't bring a job,
I understand that, but when we're talking about God, okay, God is an ultimate being, okay? Like if he's if he's all powerful, right? There's nothing he epistemically can't do, but he wouldn't do something that's not good. You know what I mean? He wouldn't.
But he can do what is possible. He cannot do what is not possible. Or I mean, he cannot do illogical things. He cannot create a square circle, for example, or lie and saying the truth at the same time. So he is also constrained in that regard. He cannot change that 2 + 2 is 4 and suddenly it becomes 5. I mean,
yeah, I don't think that's a restraint, though. That's just not even a thing.
Okay,
these are just not things at all.
I actually think that might be a problem there, Dan. Is your name Dan?
Yeah.
I'm Danny. Nice to meet you. So he can't. You're saying there's a distinction between God can and God wouldn't. So he can do evil on your view, but he wouldn't do evil.
Yeah. Basically.
Okay. So and this is exactly what they said. Right. This is what we're talking
This is my contention.
They're saying something like God always does the good, but he can do evil. Okay.
From our perspective, I mean, yeah, that's what we would.
Okay. So the whole point of this nonsense right here that I've written, right?
Yeah.
Is to show what's wrong with this.
Nothing.
Well, you have to understand it before you say nothing. But I mean, I could be wrong, but please understand me first.
Well, check this out. Like Christians think that we have a sinful nature, but we could still do good acts, right?
Which is why I don't understand why they call it a nature.
Because we.
Well, I think it's character, like I said.
let me answer to that. Maybe because nature is more fundamental than our will. Like the Apostle Paul said, what I want to do, I am unable to do because of my nature. And what I don't want to do, I do because of my nature. So my nature is more fundamental than my will. And that has something to do with the fall in Genesis, because our nature became corrupted.
Okay, I'm not going to dispute what you're saying so much as get in my mind and kind of feel like what I'm feeling right now. When if a dog there's a dog that I live with. His name is Cairo, and he's so annoying, right? He barks a lot. Okay, and if someone were to say to me, "Oh, don't blame him. It's not like he chooses. It's just his nature. He's just a dog." I know that might be equivocating on what you mean by nature, but the concept of nature seems to suggest that it undermines your intention, right? That if you have a nature that has to do with some kind of disposition of something else other than your mind, right? Like the only thing that has a nature that I would accept are things like my reflexes. Like it was just natural for me to squint, or it's natural for me to like blink, but it's not intentional.
I disagree with that. Like you could have like you call someone kind-hearted. They have a good-hearted nature, right? Because of the way they act most of the time, right?
Yeah. So there's like that. There's a looser understanding that you're describing. So if I said, "Oh, well, this is a virtuous person. This is a good person." In fact, this is what the virtue ethicists want to say, that this person has a good nature, right? Good nature, good-willed, right? They're talking about a causal tendency. Okay, they're talking about something different. I think they're talking about, well, if you were to talk to this person, you would expect to see certain things. Okay, like if I told you, "Oh yeah, my friend he's really good natured. You'd enjoy discussing with him." You would expect that when you talk to him, that he would be polite to you. He would let you talk. He wouldn't overtalk. You'd have all these expectations, but it wouldn't follow from that he couldn't be a jackass.
Exactly.
Right.
Let me answer to that. I think this is interesting. If we are unable to change our nature and become non-corrupted anymore, and going back to the situation which was previously to the fall, maybe it says us something about God's nature. Maybe his nature could theoretically maybe become corrupted, and we don't know if it then could go back to his initial state where it was not corrupted. We don't know that. But what we know is that God in his nature is perfect and good. Now, if that means that based on his nature, he could not become corrupted, maybe that's possible, maybe it's not. But we know that according to the Bible narrative in Genesis, it is what actually happened, where Adam and Eve, they were innocent, and then they were seduced by the serpent, and they did what was wrong, and they became corrupted, and that has gone down until to us, and we have inherited that nature. But I don't think that we can become what was before unless we are changed by God through his power and through the Holy Spirit.
Look, going back to what we were talking about, is it a substantive question to ask why?
Why what?
Why God? Why would God? Why wouldn't God do evil?
To us? Yeah, it could be. Yeah, sure.
You see, I think that I think that the most coherent way of phrasing this is saying this doesn't make any sense. The idea is that
well, that's how we know he has a good nature, though. You know what I mean? If you ask the question, why doesn't God do evil, right? Because he has because God is good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I guess the point is that if you're saying that there's a nature that explains this, right? Then it seems like you're getting rid of this possibility, and you're saying no. Okay, so then I'm just going to ask you what you mean by nature.
But the thing is that we had a nature, which was different than the nature that we hold today, because of the fall. So our nature has changed. I mean, I don't think that says or something about God's nature, but it says that it is possible that nature, that the human nature can change upon what happened according to the narrative in Genesis.
Look, I think that you're committed to this. That what it means to say God's nature is that it's just we're talking about the way that God is.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, but the thing is that if God is someone that wouldn't that there's I'm going to abbreviate this, that has no will to do evil, that means he can't do evil. I just tripped. Sorry, he can't do evil.
That might be possible. How do we know that?
Yeah, that's true, Angelo. But I would say, like, listen, I would never, okay, take a gun and just start like blasting people away. I would never do that, but I could do that.
That means you can will it, though.
I could will it. I could pick my gun and start shooting people.
Let me break it down.
I wouldn't do it.
Oh, go ahead.
Right?
Hey, Danny, how do you deal with How do you deal with Mackey's argument against the problem of evil?
You see, you're gonna have to give me his.
I'll just give you the off the top of my head. Basically, he says that you theists are accepting there's three principles that are regarding it. God is omnipotent, God is wholly good, and some evil exists. And he argues that by getting rid of one of those three, we can get rid of the problem of evil. And I would argue that for me, as a theist, but I don't accept the classical omnis, not all of them, in the way that their dogma has presented them. So for me, I would get rid of the first proposition, God is omnipotent, and then the problem of evil goes away.
Yeah, I accept that. That's a good response. That solves it.
A posteriori, Lena is asking, who is the last person in the room?
I don't know. But
can you present yourself, a posteriori?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I needed a formal introduction. Yeah, my name is a posteriori. Actually, my name is Michael, and I appreciate that book too, Danny. That was cool. I know. I've listened to you a little bit because I know you pop in a lot of different streams that I like to check out. So I'm pretty familiar with.
Were you just at James Fodor's stream?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So you don't think that God is all knowing?
No, all powerful.
All powerful?
Yeah. If you think that God is not all powerful, this is an easy solution, right? But they don't want to say that, right? I mean, most theists want to preserve the three, right?
Well, I would say God is able to do whatever is possible, and all powerful doesn't entail that he can do impossible or illogical things.
Okay, but let me break this down. This is actually kind of interesting. Watch this. Okay, if I say God can do, what do means here is something like this. Intend plus effect. That's what, if I'm an action, right? Think of action here. God can act, action. An action implies an intention plus something that follows.
Okay, we agree on that.
Okay. So now when we say God wouldn't do, okay. So the first thing is that this idea of would, I think that's understood. So that's a subjunctive tense, right? But the point is that the idea of the will comes here, right? Do just means intend, right?
He is willing not to do X.
Yeah, but Danny, we can throw this problem of evil argument in the trash can right away very easily.
Okay.
And I would say by just saying, okay, you're going to try to argue from the concept of evil. Explain that to me on naturalism.
Yeah, I agree. Totally.
Yeah, I'm not a naturalist though.
It's still.
Okay. So you're a theist?
No.
You're a panentheist?
No.
Pantheist?
No.
What are you?
Agnostic?
Consequentially?
No. Agnostic atheist?
No, I'm an atheist.
Epistemic skeptic?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, this is the first time I've ever heard you admit to being an atheist. Straight up.
What's your standard of good and evil? I guess it would be a better question.
What I mean by the
He's
term?
somewhat of a poser, I can tell you that much.
What do you mean by that? That's ironic.
You've always represented yourself as an agnostic. I'm not calling you out. I'm just saying, we want to be truthful in discussions.
Well, sometimes I like theism. It depends on what day it is. Anyways,
honesty is a good thing, Danny.
What? It's a good thing?
Yes, honesty.
Well, I don't think I'm being dishonest.
It's not a high school class.
I don't see where I've been dishonest.
Well, I don't think it is relevant to squabble about terms,
Yeah.
So
but I'm just pointing out that if we're going to be interlocutors, we have to be honest interlocutors, or we can't trust what we're saying to each other. But now I know that you're an atheist, so start representing yourself that way.
When have I? Wait, I have identified as agnostic.
Every time that you've ever talked to people that I've heard, you've always represented yourself as an agnostic, and not even an agnostic atheist.
Do you know when I left Christianity? Do you know when that was?
How would I know that, Danny?
I've heard him say he was an atheist several times.
So. Okay, yeah. I've never heard him say that, so I apologize. I take that back.
Wait, let me.
I think that's irrelevant to the topic.
I just want to say
right.
that I lost my Christianity about a year and a half.
You guys are probably getting up. I haven't slept, so I'm a little bit.
Well, I just want to defend myself, right? Because you're not crazy, because I have said that, right?
Okay.
I left Christianity a year and a half ago. Okay, I started identifying as an atheist about 2 months ago.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so
following the road of digital gnosis.
So please, man, you came in here with
I like to. Well, honestly, yeah. Sometimes I really, I have to deal with a lot of, noise and chats from idiots.
No, I get that, but there will be some times where I'll say, I'm an agnostic, and what I mean by that is I don't have any good arguments for a God that can fail. I don't actually have any good arguments against that.
Well, I'll just in terms, so we define our terms. I'm an agnostic theist and a fideist, and
you're a fideist. That's nice.
Yeah, and a Christian.
Okay, that's cool. If I were to go back to Christianity, I probably would be a fideist.
Well, as Kierkegaard said, you have to take a leap of faith at some point.
Well, I'm not going to go as far as Kierkegaard, but I think there's a way to hold on to belief without being irrational, but not being justified. I think there's a way to do that.
Well, no, I think you could easily get to a justified true belief easily.
Well, let's pretend you couldn't. I'm saying there's a way to be a theist without being justified and not being irrational. Kierkegaard was thinking that this stuff was all irrational to some extent. And I think you get poor.
Well, no. You're misinterpreting Kierkegaard. Basically, what he was saying, he was an existentialist, and he was saying that at some point in the conscious experience of all your collective thoughts, you have to take a leap, a jump.
He used the terminology for rational.
Kind of probably similar to what Einstein had to do when he conceived of relativity. You got to make this jump where you go from where you can accept something that you don't have, that
I've read Fear and Trembling. Yeah. Okay. I wrote a paper on it a long time ago. Right. And I'm telling you that he uses the terms irrational. Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he has. I'm saying
that's where I would disagree with him, right? That it's not irrational to take a leap of faith.
Well, but you know what but I think what he was trying to say is that, because he wanted to go beyond agnosticism and go beyond being an agnostic theist. And so that was his way of saying you have to take that extra little leap. It's kind of like, Hebrews 11:1 when you're trying to define what faith is.
I think that I don't think he cited Hebrews 11. He gave theological arguments for his position, and he talked about Abraham. And I thought that ignoring there's some text in the New Testament that talks about how Abraham reasoned to the idea that God could just resurrect his son, or he could do something to fix it, right?
That's interesting speculation.
guys, we are just changing the topic, and that will be just a tohu wabohu on our stream. I don't like that. I think if you guys want to talk about definitions, what you define yourself, then that would be an entirely different and separate topic, which always takes a long time to elucidate that. So I would please just suggest that you both and everyone go back to the topic which was discussed before. Okay.
How about how about I grant this whole God epistemically can't lie. Fine. That's fine. Okay.
Okay. You want to grant that?
I'll grant that. Okay.
Okay.
And what's the point? What's the point of that? I just want to.
That's a good question. I think that goes back over here. Okay. Yes, this right here. Okay. Well, we were talking about this. Okay, let's go back. Okay. So God always does what he should do. So that's to say you accept that now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh wait, I don't think that was ever.
In other words, God always acts upon his nature. He acts in accordance to his nature, which is good.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
That's why we kept that premise too from Mackey's argument. If you haven't looked at it, Antangelo, J.L. Mackey is a great philosopher, and he's actually really objective in his approach, and pretty much all philosophers accept this argument against evil as valid. It doesn't get you to classical, the classical conception of God with all the omni properties, which a lot of people want to hold on to. But I think, this is a really good way to, still hold on to your faith, however you framed it through your life, but perhaps just easing up on the omnipotent property of God's nature.
And get away with it too. But, you could just be an open theist and say that the future's open. Like, you could just say, we don't know, just because we're not in a position to know why God permits evil, but he could be morally justified. So we're not in a position to know.
Why I've never really understood, like from a personal faith perspective, why all Christians want to hold on to the infinity concept, times 5 omni properties. Is it really necessary for God to have all those, at an infinite level?
So I was going to say that omnipotent doesn't necessarily have to mean that he is all powerful. I know that that's the way the term is used is that way, but so clearly we understand it. If you're looking at this from the philosophical perspective that God had brought all things into existence, he would have to be sufficiently powerful to do that, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the requirement there. That is a prerequisite, actually.
But Scripture tells us he knows all things.
Right. He knows. Well, yes, he knows all the different interactions of things that are going to happen. There's different ways of coming to that conclusion. I see it as similar to the river analogy. If you've ever seen that, where you're in a helicopter looking at a river and there's people downstream, you can see into time that way, and that would be God. He can, of course, look into timelines and just see all the different events as they would unfold depending on our actions. But that's a whole other discussion. Honestly, I'm not trying to change the subject.
Well, I mean, that's part of being all powerful, is all knowing. You could
technically, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we continue the argument, y'all are just granting me this, and just for sake of argument. Okay, that's fine.
Absolutely.
What quickly give you the properties of the premises that I missed of your argument?
Oh, we basically started
short
over.
Form?
Yeah,
What's that?
We're just kind of defining God right now. We're not even,
I was trying to get to the argument.
You're not really doing a formal deductive argument for God, or for the.
I'm just kind of going through the concepts. I'm not really, I'm not being kind of combative about it,
by the way, Danny, I apologize.
We have to define God.
A little bit over the top.
It's okay, man. I get it. I'm sometimes the same way with people as well, but so I don't really care. Not anymore, at least. I don't care. We're good. So how can you stand to listen to James Fodor and Nathan?
I don't troll, but I go on to Pine Creek. I go on to the Eighth Experience Live. I do all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of, I see it as a ministry, actually, in a
Have
way.
You seen
And to be honest, too, I can understand why you became an agnostic and maybe even took a step to become an atheist, because, my 20-year-old son was killed, and, I was a Christian before that, but that really sent me into an existential crisis where I had to find out, like, is this absolutely true, by any power of reason that I can muster. So, I did the deep dive into.
What's weird about my case, though, is I've had a great life. I've never experienced tragedy. So all of my beliefs, I want to say, are informed by my academic interests. Not it. I don't want to. I'm in a room full of people that disagree with me. I don't want to say it because it's more rational. Of course, I'm going to think that, but I think the point is that I'm very interested in the arguments, and I think the arguments point one way over another. And whether I'm right or wrong about that, that's what will ultimately explain my belief currently.
Right. No, I can understand that.
Yeah, it's typical. Like when the 3% of the irrational people in the world think the other 97% are irrational. It's typical. Don't worry.
What I think is interesting, Danny, that I see your entire framework is based on philosophy. And I think this is very dangerous, because you have actually also to make sense of the natural world, why it is. And I mean, the naturalistic view of the origin of the physical world is bankrupt for many reasons. And you have to stick to it just because you think philosophically. So there are some reasons which permit you or make you infer that God most probably does not exist. But this is a very dangerous track. I think a sound epistemological framework is based on philosophy, theology, and science. And if you do not include theology and especially science, then your framework is on a very shaky ground.
Okay, I'll meet you halfway. I'll meet you halfway. I'll mostly disagree, but here's something we agree on. I don't know what explains it. But when I look at the way the world is, especially, things like plants, DNA, all, animals, even rocks, right? I'm perplexed. And I'm perplexed to a point where I'm pushed to think about a designer. I have that intuition. I'm right there with you. Okay. But I don't see the inference.
The inference is that's the logical inference, Danny. I mean, you see that Speed and all the crowd surrounding him, they are basically presupps in regards of materialism. You can provide them whatever argument and eloquent it is. They will simply deny it because they have an emotional commitment to materialism, even if they deny it, but that is patently evident. Now, if you actually take a more neutral stand and a non-biased stand and analyze the natural world and its implications, then you will see that actually a materialistic world where there is no designer and no mind which actually structured and instantiated it is extremely unlikely, just based on the fact that abiogenesis, the odds to have the first genome, is so immensely huge that it makes it impossible basically to say that natural non-guided events instantiated life. Now, this leads you to eliminative inductions. If you have just two options and a true dichotomy, either there is a God or there is not a God, and the no God hypothesis is so incredibly unlikely, then that leads you to choose the other option, even if you don't fully understand it. So that is the science part. And I mean, we can go all through all the arguments, teleological arguments, which all favor theism. And what I see you doing is basically you are just not taking this issue as relevant as probably, and I think it should be taken seriously. And so you start dwelling in philosophical issues, and basically you base your position on a not complete understanding of ontological reality, and maybe a philosophical construct which is still in construction, which you are still investigating. So I agree actually with Neff that if I would be you, I would not take a definitive stand of atheism or the stand that most probably God does not exist, but rather an agnostic viewpoint where you say, I am still working on this and I am still constructing my worldview in order to in the future eventually come to a sound conclusions, and then you can actually back it up not only based on philosophy but also based on science and theology.
Yeah, and Danny, I'll just chime in real quick. Since you love philosophy like I do, have you looked in depth at all the arguments against naturalism and physicalism?
I'm not a physicalist or a naturalist. I think people should drop that like a hot potato.
Okay. So well that's good.
I'll say
because really those naturalism is really the best argument for atheism.
No, naturalism is so unintelligible.
It's indefensible.
Yeah. I agree. But I'm saying that's the best. That's in my opinion the best weapon philosophically that the atheists have.
No, I don't agree. I think they should drop that like a hot potato. I think that's what makes them look really stupid.
Come here. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean,
because Oppie defaults to necessitarianism.
Well, Oppie doesn't make sense half the time to me. Although I do agree with the way he does his methodology is somewhat like I get it, but I don't even know what he means by naturalism because he has a really weird notion of what natural means. But
naturalism, physicalism, and the way that our culture looks up to science is what's driving atheism. But I can understand if you have your own personal philosophical motivations that
maybe we should frame naturalism or physicalism or whatever these isms as a worldview where there is no God as the foundation.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to speak to what Angelo said before.
Well, can you? I mean, I don't know how you could actually. There's no way because I think what naturalism destroys is not just God. It destroys every mind. It destroys meaning. It destroys contradictions. It destroys anything that you can think about is gone.
It undermines everything.
It doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make sense.
True. You
so I understand that you're a compatibilist, Danny.
You cannot explain why there is why we exist. Actually, it entails or it results in a life. We have a life if naturalism or the worldview without God is true, where we are just stardust, and there cannot be objective moral values, and there cannot be meaning why we actually exist. Our existence basically becomes absurd.
But no, you know what they do? They're atheists, but they're like substance dualists. They believe in souls. It just to me, it's.
Well, I don't think that makes sense either.
I'm really curious to hear Danny explain how he puts his worldview together. So it looks like you've said that you're not a naturalist. So are you an idealist or?
Some sort of transcendental idealist, yeah.
Okay, it's a valid position. And so, how do you put up the big picture together? Where did the laws of physics come from? Where did the laws of chemistry come from? What is the origin of consciousness?
I don't know.
But don't you think all of that points to some mind behind it all?
Maybe intuitively.
Yeah.
But I don't think. Do you see? Look, if someone had the opposite intuition, I don't think I could give an argument.
I don't think it's just intuition, like in the colloquial sense. I think it's intuition in the sense that Einstein spoke of intuition and imagination and the ability of the human mind being the most complex thing in the known universe. How it's able to synthesize in one instant a thought that takes in all the little bits of information that we've accumulated. And kind of, flashes us something that we can see or intuit as something real. And, that's what Einstein would call God. That's
even so, the point
we can't define God. I mean, Yahweh said, I am that I am being, or I am that I shall be. That's actually his name.
Yeah.
So what, try to define that in your mind.
I think you cannot go deeper than that. We have just to work with that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's not with intuition, don't you, Angela? The point is that I don't think you can make the inference. I don't think.
So, Danny, do you remember the analogy?
Just to work with what God has revealed Himself to us that He is, and not try to dig deeper than that, because it makes no sense. We have no basis to dig deeper besides what He already revealed to us.
Wait, what did I say that was false just now in the last 30 seconds or a minute? What did I say?
You said that we can't infer from that.
Yeah. What is the argument?
I think that's false.
Okay,
the thing is that we cannot go deeper than that which God already revealed Himself about Himself.
That begs the question.
You always have to, in a sense.
Danny, how about this? Do you remember the analogy that I used a few weeks ago about the possibility of us living within a simulation, and it's similar or comparable to, like, imagine that a person has constructed a video game, and then the game has specific parameters that they have to put into the game. It's basically the same thing as laws of physics, right? There's a time scale and everything that's within the game itself. And then you have beings that you put into the game, or characters that you created to be sentient beings, and now they have to abide by the laws within that game, right? Does that mean that none of these things are not created, right? Does that mean that there's not like one substantive thing that brought about the game?
I'm saying that if you're constructing, if this is the analogy, you're presupposing a person that created the game.
Sure, but I mean, okay, you can say that, but the thing is, it is comparable to reality. That's the problem. So I'm not just going that this is an actual inference, because there are actually scientists that believe that we're within a simulation. That's what I'm trying to get across. If that's the case, they came to that.
I think there are arguments against that.
Sure, I'm sure there are. I'm just saying that the point I'm making is that these are secular scientists that literally believe that we're within a simulation. And so if that's the case, they had to make an inference from a naturalistic or a materialistic perspective. Think about that. How is that possible to derive that
I'm not really following.
Okay, so again, these are secular scientists. Like, imagine, I'm trying to remember, I want to see, Elon Musk is one. There's Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said that we possibly within a simulation. Even Lawrence Krauss.
Oh my God. Why are you appealing to these people?
The point I'm making is that these men hold a very strict materialistic perspective.
They're insane.
But then
they're philosophically insane.
I agree with you. But the point I'm making is that if they can infer this from actual materialism, then that's the problem. Is that we're not. In other words, they're not assuming God, but for some reason they're still able to come to the conclusion it's potentially true that we're within a simulation. That's the problem here. So you can't say that it's not something. It's not us presupposing God. It's that you can come to that conclusion just from looking at reality. That's the point.
I think any observation is going to underdetermine whether there's a mind.
Yeah, you're right. It's all undetermined. You're absolutely right. The way I hypothesize it, if you want to put it, for me, what bothers me, everyone has a different, like the philosophical problems bother you. For me, it's the physics problem. So, in my mind, I'm thinking about, can string theory somehow, factor into this? And I don't believe in a supernatural natural distinction in the least.
Really?
I think all of I'm like monism, kind of God of Spinoza plus Christ. And so to try to say, I think what bothers me is people presume that they understand what they're trying to define when the meaning behind the word God when they use it in their common parlance. I don't think we can even come close to truly understanding that. And it's when I got on the atheist experience and silly dilly, he's like,
if you presuppose,
I can tell you stories about him hanging up and everything.
I'm gonna take that name. That's funny.
I mean, if you presuppose idealism, how can you even make a distinction between the physical and the non-physical, or the material and the non-material, or the natural and the supernatural world? Then everything becomes the same and is grounded in a mind which holds everything together.
No, idealism, transcendental idealism, is not like Berkeley's idealism, where the idea of Berkeley was something like that which exists is that which is perceived, like that the idea is that the whole external world somehow depends on your perception, or at least God's perception. I'm not that kind of transcendent. I'm not that kind of idealist. I'm saying
it's interesting that there are views where they say that since matter and energy are interchangeable, everything, the physical world is based on energy. But what is that energy? I mean,
Exactly.
it is claimed that energy was created at the Big Bang, but then God's power or energy to instantiate the physical world must be of a different substance or nature. And some theists, they actually conflate this, and that creates a lot of problems.
These are not
I think
sound
of it
arguments,
as
though.
okay.
I mean, I just don't. Go ahead.
I mean, of course, besides information, I mean, we know that the physical universe and life is permeated by instructional information, which directs how things operate and work. And that starts with the physical laws. That is one dimension. But the other is that, of course, in order for you to trigger the Big Bang and cause the universe into existence, there has to be not just information, but some kind of force which actually instantiates that, and that would be a God, a power or a force which is which God holds and which God has, but that cannot be the same energy or power or force which which is operating in the physical universe.
So I think of theologically speaking that matter is just a physical representation of God's power, right? So same thing with energy. So energy was just like another medium, you could say, for the same representation.
But if you say that, you must be very careful, because then you can say, oh, then pantheism is true, because then the force which is operating in the physical universe is also God. And that is, of course, not true.
No. Well, I mean, it's a part of God, obviously. So it's just like the word of God is a part of God, right? And clearly that makes Jesus God, right?
Well, the Bible says that God holds everything, the whole universe together.
Right. Together, yes.
Power, yes, through his power, and actually even transcends it. Now, the thing is, in substance, what is that power? You cannot conflate it with the power or the energy, which is the one which is operating in the physical universe.
Yeah, I mean, that was just my perspective, because it makes a lot more sense in my mind when I compare it that way to what I see represented in the physical. But then again, I have a different.
Your view, Pigs, is actually more akin to something called panentheism. It's not not exactly pantheism, but panentheism. It's like
okay. I don't think I've heard that term. Can you define it better?
Well, the problem is that I have trouble defining it because it's almost nonsense, because they use this. But it's the idea that God, and there's like this relation.
It's basically panpsychism.
God is in all things, as opposed to everything is God.
I'm not. So I'm not saying that
everything is God plus consciousness. That's panentheism.
Okay, panentheism is the belief that the divine pervades and interpenetrates every part of the universe and also extends beyond space and time.
Yeah, that's what Dan said. That's basically what Dan said.
Yeah, that's defined as panentheism, and
I think, exactly
as I said previously, I think there has to be made an important distinction, because the energy which is operating in the physical universe, it cannot be, it winds down. It is like the second law of thermodynamics is in operation, but God, as an eternal being, of course, isn't subdued to these laws, because he created and instantiated them. So God's power must be eternal together with him. And that has to be a different kind of power.
Yeah, I agree with Otangelo. I think you should take his view, Pigs.
Oh.
Well, I'll take a deeper look at that, but that's where I was coming from. So, like I said, I'm just trying to explain how I view things. I could be wrong. I guess made a distinction earlier. I could be wrong, and I do take a deeper look at this every time I have to try and review my beliefs.
Yeah, Pix, let me just point that out. If God would be interchangeable with the physical, let me finish that. I think that's an important thing. If we suppose that the power, the energy which operates in the physical universe is equal to the power inherent of God or in his nature, then God also would be not
like
eternal, because the physical universe is winding down, and it will become it will in the end be in a state of heat death where nothing can go and happen anymore.
No, I think you misunderstand where I'm
absolutely
coming from there, Tangelo. I'm saying that that matter is the physical representation of God's power. I didn't say that. I'm not trying to say that because we see, the second law of thermodynamics is
it is a manifestation of God's power.
Correct. It's not.
Yes.
It's not like it's not saying it is His power. So the point I'm making is that it's a representation that we perceive, because obviously we live in the physical, right? And then that's why I was trying to make the analogy earlier about the video game, because it's as if you think about it really, like we could be within like what they would call a sandbox environment, right? And there's specific parameters that we have to live and abide by because we live in this environment, right? And that's why we were able to discuss these different, ontological features. if we didn't even have the ability to think and fathom these things and discuss them, I mean, to me, none of this even makes any sense. I feel like from a deterministic perspective, it makes zero sense for us to even be able to philosophize in the first place, right? Or to even think and comprehend things. That's just my perspective. I could be wrong, but I just don't think it's coherent. But
can we change the topic? Can we change the topic just for a second? I mean, I think this would be productive, not just for Danny, but for me as well, because
Sure.
So I think, we always hear about how, experience is irrelevant in terms of relationship to God or proving God. But, as Christians, obviously, you believe in the Holy Spirit and that you interact with the Holy Spirit, consciously and probably unconsciously, 24 hours a day. So maybe, for my benefit and maybe also for Danny's, let's talk about what that experience is, and does it transcend neuroscience, and how we can know that.
I mean, I don't think neuroscience has anything to do with like the nature of the mind or the nature of personal identity or anything like that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. So, well, since nobody else is talking, let me ask you, Danny, what do you think about the Holy Spirit? Have you ever experienced it, or what do you think?
Yeah, that's a weird thing. I have had experiences that still kind of haunt me today, but whether that was the Holy Spirit or not, are obviously kind of sort of kind of depends on whether I take the Christian view, right?
Right.
So if I don't take the Christian view, I just kind of put it in the backdrop. But
no, your experience, Danny, because you said that you were a Christian, right? Mm-hmm. So did you actually have any supernatural or godly experience where God somehow did manifest to you, or where you had a manifestation of the Holy Spirit, like speaking in tongues or whatever?
I don't know if I would call it that, but I remember I was like in 2016, I broke up. We broke up when I broke up with my girlfriend, and I decided to, basically start dating guys as a Christian, and I did a lot of sexual things, and the guilt ate me. It just ate me up, but I did a very good job compartmentalizing. But I wanted to stop. So between October 2016 to maybe around March, I was having fun, but I was also as a Christian, I was just in agony, moral dissonance, because I thought what I was doing was wrong. And there was a point in the car, I was driving, I was just yelling at God, screaming, what the hell do? I can't help myself. I can't, I don't understand. I don't feel like I'm in control. And I felt something there that I've never felt before. And I felt relief. And I stopped seeing guys up until the month of June. So for about 4 months. And yeah, that really bothers me that I had that experience.
Yeah, I worked with a guy that was a good Christian, but he was also gay, and he was able to rationalize that. And I think you can. And the way I looked at it is, I feel like in my mental states I have sexual sin, in various ways, even though I try to avoid it. So I kind of, it's maybe a degree in God's eyes or something. So for a holy God, I don't think it's that horrendous. I always, that's the verse in the Bible, where Paul talks about the list of people that go to hell. I've never liked that at all. And
that's more than just homosexuals on the list.
Yes.
Right? Liars.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally everything you can think of that's evil.
Something that haunts me that I wish I never heard. My best friend. What? Sorry.
I just wanted to ask you why. Why do you think that is?
I don't know, but the point is that I had a best friend who was a pastor, and he told me right before June that he had a dream, a lucid one, that that I would leave Christianity and there wouldn't be any hope. Now, I don't know whether there was sincerity. I think it seems like it was very likely it was sincere. He's not far. Yeah. My pastor.
Well, Danny, first of all, I want to say this to you. You are at my stream and you are having these conversations, and that means that God is not out of your life. Okay? I think just categorically say that God will that has left you. God will leave us when we die and we reject it during our entire life. God, then there is no hope to come back or to return to God. But as long as you are alive and here on earth, you can return to God anytime, and God is with open arms welcoming you. Now that depends, of course, on you. And an important thing is that sexual sin is a very big wall which we actually built between us and God. And when we dwell in sexual sin and when we are bound to sexual sin, then this can lead us to actually completely deny our relationship to the Lord and leave him and become atheists and just love the world and what the world has to offer. So there has to be made a choice, and you have to be willing to repent and to leave sin. And when you do it, then this will actually clear up your relationship with God, and then you can start again to follow him. And of course, if there is sexual sin or whatever kind of sin which you are not willing to leave, then this will keep the block or the wall between you and God, and you will not will to go back to God. But if you really want to hate the world and sin and what you know which is not right, and you obviously confess that it bothered you that you had homosexual relationships, then I think maybe you should work on that. I think that all atheists, they have some kind of cognitive dissonance where they know, and the Bible says that the physical world and reality, we don't even require to rationalize that there is a God. It screams out to us. It is obvious that God exists, but we block that knowledge and we try to justify our views and our decisions to exclude God from our lives. But every atheist that comes to a stream to justify his unbelief, he already implicitly admits that he believes in a God, even if he rejects him, because he doesn't go to reject Santa Claus and pink unicorns. You don't see pink unicornists going around and defend that they don't believe in pink unicorns. What we see is atheists actually trying to deny God, and it has a lot to do with will and personal choices.
Let's hear your response.
Yeah, I think that y'all are mistaking what's going on here. I'm fine with sharing my personal experiences, but I'm not sharing them, and I feel like I'm just telling the story. I'm not a Christian, guys. I'm not seeking.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your honesty. I think it's awesome.
I'm not like I think Christianity is something I don't think I could accept. I don't see that in my future. So I'm just telling y'all because I thought you'd find it interesting. It's fun to talk about. And I used to be this way. And I'm not like struggling right now. I'm not in any kind of way. And I know that's disheartening to hear, but it's just that Intangelo, I mean, and others, like, you could preach to me all you want, but it's not, I'm not interested. If y'all are interested in the arguments, and I'm not even talking about prove to me that Christianity is rational. I genuinely like this topic, right? I genuinely like thinking about it. And that's all I'm here for, right? I'm not here to I don't know, like to I know I understand the benevolent sentiment, but I don't need to be preached at. I'm fine.
Let me go back to something that you said earlier, Danny, just because it's kind of blows my mind a little bit. So you said you went to a pastor that you knew, and he told you that he had a lucid dream that you were going to leave the faith.
Yeah,
that's pretty insane. I can't imagine a pastor.
No, there was more to that. There was more to that. What else?
Yeah, and that I would never come back. And then he said, but then he said that the dreams that I've had in the past didn't determine the future. So he's trying to leave the door open in the sense that, like, look, this is just what could happen given some of your
desires. Why would a pastor so that deep of a negative?
What sense does it actually make to say something like that to you?
Wait, no, but like, guys, all he was saying was something like, look, this is not determined. He told me that, right? He has had dreams in which they didn't come into fruition, but could have, right? And that what he felt like he was saying was something. Look, if you got to be careful at some point because you're going to be faced with another decision to leave Christianity or not. Right, something like that. I think that's what I took from it.
Okay, well, help me out, and I mean this sincerely because existential quandary, because I don't have the same kind of faith that a lot of Christians online do. Although, if somebody asked me, I would say, yeah, I'm a Christian. So, explain to me, not on a philosophical level.
Okay.
Well, okay, just give me just a short summary of why you just said that you don't see yourself going back to Christianity.
I don't want to sound like okay. I guess this is the best way to put it. I know y'all are, without sounding the philosophy and the arguments. This is the best way to put it. How y'all feel about Islam is how I feel about Christianity, and that's all I can say. Right? I remember as a Christian having attitudes about Islam, right? And I'm like, I
don't feel that way about Islam. In fact, when I meet Muslims, I talk to them about God, and what I tell them is, in my perspective, that the name of Allah or Yahweh doesn't matter. But the difference is, one line in the Quran where they believe that Jesus didn't actually die on the cross.
But I'm saying take some kind of religion like Hinduism or Islam or whatever, right? And try to imagine yourself converting. It's just difficult to imagine that. And that's all I'm saying. I'm saying I can't see myself right now going back to Christianity.
I kind of hear what you're saying.
What explains that? Whether it's my suppression of the truth or philosophy or homosexuality. Whatever it is, I'm just telling you the way I feel about it now is like y'all trying to convert to Hinduism. I mean, it's just like that's how I feel.
Yeah, but
it's interesting that you actually talk about feelings, Danny, not about reasons. And I mean, we started this whole conversation, and the first question that I asked you was precisely about that. What is the motivation that hinders you or makes you reject to be a Christian? And then you started with that discrepancy that God could not do evil if he's good, and so forth. All that kind of philosophical stuff.
That's one of the problems for me.
And then I asked you,
Casual, you don't understand like the paradigm of his whole reality psychologically, his whole mental state. And I'm not saying it's a wrong mental state, but the homosexuality thing creates a logical paradox for you, an existential.
I don't feel that way. I got over that a long time ago. I'm now very happily in a monogamous relationship with a girl that I
Okay,
love.
great.
Right?
That's awesome. I think it's more healthy psychologically.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. I consider it a vice even as an atheist. I'm not going ever. I'm never going back. I was very unhappy. And the gay world is so deprived right now. Anyway, the bad experiences. But the idea is that no, I just don't want to. When someone asks me why are you an atheist, I just feel awful saying, oh, because it's all the arguments and theism is irrational. I don't like saying that. Okay, and I have students students of philosophy. I teach students of philosophy, and I have biology students who ask me these questions when we discuss evolution. I the whole claim of being agnostic. I say, look, there are a lot of smart people on both sides, and I'm on one side of it. But you should look into the people that are. You should always look at both sides. I'm very neutral.
Well, that's part of the problem. I think that, and I'm kind of like you in that I want to look at the smartest arguments and the smartest people telling the smartest arguments, and all that type of thing, and then use my limited intellect, which is whatever it is. But so I get that, but yeah, I understand you, and the atheists have a lot of very rational, good arguments. I mean, we wouldn't be having the discussions if they were, if they could easily be knocked down. And
Yeah,
so
I will agree that my intuitions go in line with theism, right? Like I have strong intuitions for theism. In fact, they were so strong that I was a theist despite accepting all the philosophical arguments against it.
right.
I was just I decided to be irrational, whatever, or non-rational, whatever. It's like, yeah, I see all these problems. I'm still a theist because I can't help myself but look into the world, look at the cell, look, there's really right and wrong. Like I had those intuitions, right. and then the thing about them is that they're kind of given your company and what you're interested, and you change, and then the intuitions change, and now all that's motivating me is just the arguments. That's how I feel right now. If you're going to do some kind of Freudian thing where it's actually, this, I'm not so interested in that discussion. Right.
No, I get it. And you know what? We spend all this time, learning the arguments and studying the theology and the philosophy. But the truth of the matter is, if the Holy Spirit isn't a veridical experience that we have, on a daily basis, and if it's something that you can completely say you never experienced, then I really got nothing to because at some point in your mind, you 100% believed at one point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was
okay. So that basically, if you believe with your whole being, then you should, have had the presence of the Holy Spirit. Now, so for me, I can look back at times in my life where I've had vertical experiences that I can't just say, it's like some fluffy emotion, or it's because of the music, or because it's all timed and it's something real that comes over me. And, I've also had some lucid, conscious experiences that, I can't support to anyone else.
And you see, I don't fall. I despise atheists that come in and tell a Christian, "Oh, you felt this way? Well, you're irrational for holding that God. There was some divine intervention." I don't think it's about that, right? Like, I think that if someone had a lucid dream or experienced something crazy in their life in terms of, it felt like God intervenes, and then they chose to follow a particular religious sect, I'm in support of that as long as it doesn't harm anyone.
Well, the way that I experience the Holy Spirit, it's like an actual energy state that comes over my consciousness. It's not just a feeling, of like a joy or it's not an emotion. It's like an energy state that comes over me, and it definitely is explained through some type of activity, in the conscious field that's,
Tangelo. Is Tangelo there? No, do you know Speed of Sound? I was with Speed of Sound, and he is an anti-theist, and I just straight up called him a bigot. I'm like, that's irrational, right? I just don't. I think that I also think that Pascal's wager, there's something real to it. I think that people are confronted with the overwhelming, all this arguments and debates and evidence and all this stuff. They get overwhelmed, right? And they don't have time to get a PhD on this shit, right? They don't have time for it, right? And so they're faced with how do I see the world, right? How do I experience the world, and what's practical to my life, and then make a decision off that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? I don't think and for people to say that you ought not believe based on a practical reason, give me the argument, right? Like, I'm just ready for it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And well, I don't want to be too honest because I don't want to discourage somebody else's faith. For me, I can walk with faith in Christ, and even okay, let's say naturalism is true. Even then, I most likely would, be a follower of the philosophy of Christ, because I think it's the strongest worldview, morally, that I can follow. I mean, yeah, you could pick apart some things, or even the concept of hell, which to me very easily could have just been a metaphor that he was talking about. But even as a philosopher and just as a spiritual teacher, I think I hold him in,
the New Testament and Jesus' words haunt me. They're so profound. And I don't know what explains that, but maybe it's because I was raised that way. But if I could meet one person at any point in time, how I wish I want to see what happened 2,000 years ago. I want to see it so bad, because it really, the impact on my life and billions of others. I have to know what happened, right? I want to know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm more than just a maverick Christian. I have a lot of fringe views that would.
Oh, you're a heretic, huh?
Yeah, in a lot of ways. But
yeah, I would be a heretic if I were a Christian. I think I would have to be.
I mean, I don't consider myself to be a heretic. Let me put it that way.
Well, I mean, it's actually a benign word. It's something like you're not orthodox, right? Isn't that what it means?
Yeah, it just means that you don't accept certain dogmas that other humans have come to
so
say.
What? I mean, Jesus was a heretic, was he not?
That's right. In terms, yeah.
But like, but now do you understand why if I have identified as an agnostic, why I do? I don't like the baggage that atheism carries. Right. You immediately assumed I was a naturalist, right? And this is part of the reason, right? It's not, even though I lean towards atheism rather than agnosticism, I think people get a better sense of who I am if I just say I'm an agnostic. It's actually more accurate. Because I can be very aggressive with philosophy and arguments, but that's not because I have anything against the views. I just don't like the person's pretentiousness. And it could be anyone. Yeah. It could be a Christian. It could be an atheist. I hate the pretentious attitudes that I see around here.
I'm very close to being, a god of Spinoza, philosophic.
I really want to read Spinoza, because I think what motivates him, and I haven't read it, but you could tell me, is the problem of individuality, which is a problem I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, well, you have to read the Ethics, and it's not what you think the title is. Basically, it's set up on geometric axioms that prove, in his mind, the existence of God, which to him was basically kind of panentheism. It starts out, with his concept of substance, which has to be an infinite substance to begin with, and then basically he breaks it down, in logical geometric progression. But more or less what it comes down to is that we are an extension of God in the universe, basically, if you want to see it that way.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the conclusion, but I think the problem that is motivating this is what I'm interested in. But I gotta figure that out.
Should say that last part again.
I want to know because there's real philosophical issues, I think, that motivated Spinoza to take the view that he did, and I want to know. He's presumably wrote about them, and I want to read it. I've been pushed to mereological nihilism, and I think this is the problem that Spinoza must have come across. And I want to know what he thinks about it. I got to read it.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I think you might have. My academic background is engineering and linguistics, and I just
linguistics. That's not easy.
No, but I just do philosophy as a hobby, and you probably dived into it a little deeper than I have.
Well, I'm a graduate student in philosophy, so.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
You should check out my channel if you want.
What's your channel?
I just made it. There's not a lot of content, but let me get it to you. I'm going to add on to it. I was supposed to stay up all night writing a paper for virtue ethics. I'm writing a 20-page paper on virtue ethics for some goddamn reason. And although I actually do find it interesting, so I'm just being dramatic. But I was supposed to do that. Instead, I talked to you guys. There's the link on the private chat. Let's see if I can.
Okay, cool.
I don't even have the link to I want to see this. Where's the actual stream? Can someone link the stream to me? Because all I got is. Yeah, I hope that once I gain some kind of following or / respect, I'm just gonna the conversations I'm gonna have in my rooms are gonna be very, very structured, very professional. None of this psychoanalyzing your opponent, and not that y'all were. People do this. You can imagine what can I call you?
Oh, you call me Michael.
Michael, you can imagine that given what I just told you, the theist psychoanalyzed me and the atheist psychoanalyzed me. Oh, you're just a dualist, or you're not a naturalist because you came from Christianity. And then I'm getting psychoanalysis all the time, right? And on every front, and it's really exhausting. But the point is that I on my channel, when I'm just not tolerating any of it. If you want to talk about an argument, that's fine. I'll do justice to what you're saying. I'm going to try to interpret you as best as I can. And I'm going to make sure you understand what I'm saying. And that's what it's going to be about. That's all I care about right now. You know?
What do you think is the best argument against theism?
Against theism? They're interconnected. And I've talked to some people, but I think this idea that if you understand mental states normatively, that implies that God doesn't have mental states if he's infallible. But if you think it's fallible, I don't have any good arguments against a fallible God. I don't have any. Not like, straight up knockdown arguments. I think that the problem with infallibility is it destroys agency. If you're infallible, you're just, rocks are infallible essentially, right? So what distinguishes you from a rock if you're infallible? Well, I know that's such a horrible short version of it. It's I consider it to be pretty technical, and that was not technical. But the idea is that I think what it means to be an agent or person is that you can fail in the world, that you succeed. And if you just succeed or you just fail, that just doesn't.
Well, that's the whole point of. So whenever you know the story of Jesus, whenever he has to go out to the wilderness, right?
Yes.
And so he's out there for 40 days. He's been fasting this whole time. Obviously, he's within the physical, and obviously he is also under the constraints of our perspective, right, as human beings. And so this makes him, in a sense, sort of like an underdog, right? I'm not saying that. So that's why they knew Jesus was God, essentially after the fact, because they saw the things that he did, how he handled himself as a human being, right? No, it's not that he could not have done things otherwise. It's that he did not do those things, right? And that's the whole point. So when Jesus was being tempted, supposedly by Satan, each individual attempt was thwarted by use of the scripture to show that he is wrong. And so it's showing there's multiple levels of this. Obviously, Jesus is doing this to allow us to see this is how we should operate as Christians within the physical, but also to show us that it's possible to thwart these plans, right? And I'm not saying that makes us God. I'm saying that for him, clearly he lived a sinless life, which we could never do, and that goes to show further that he did these things as what you would call an underdog, right? He had the potential to mess up, but he did not do so.
Yeah, I don't really have any argument against that. I'm saying that if you think that God can't fail, then my argument works. And that's all I wanted to say.
Right. Okay.
So, from kind of what I've gathered, that your stumbling block is kind of not being able to conceive how the mind of God can exist in reality as you have conceived it.
Yeah, well, so I have to think about, is there reasons to accept a God that can fail? And I need to think about it. I don't know.
I think that the potential to fail is always there, but again, if he does not do so, then that's what makes him God automatically. So imagine that having like a perfect track record. I mean, a literal perfect track record, right? Mm-hmm. Would you not call that person the God of whatever, right? You'd be like, imagine that you're playing League, right? And then on League of Legends, you have this player that he's never, ever, not once, ever lost a game. He's always had this crazy KDA. He's never died. He's never died, not once. So what would you call him?
Yeah, I would call him, Fake
the God of League, right? You'd be like the God of League, right?
No, I'm there with you.
Across, yeah.
Look, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and I'm just saying that there's another problem that comes in with it. And I need to make sense of a disembodied mind.
That is a difficult one to understand, honestly.
And not even in the sense that like I have to know how it works. I'm not that kind of ignorant atheist, right? I mean, I think there might be a contradiction, but I have to think about it.
Well, so I don't think of it as so. Even if we did come to the conclusion that it's possible there could be a contradiction here, that doesn't mean that we have all the details that are required for us to even come to that conclusion in the first place.
Yeah, I need to think about it. I need to think about it. But I mean, I think it's plausible to think there's a contradiction.
I mean, I would say there's always a possibility that there is a contradiction. However, just because there's a possibility does not mean that it exists.
No. I don't think it. Well, ironically, I don't know how I'm going to phrase this. I don't think that it's impossible that a triangle has three sides. I think that's necessarily true.
Okay.
Like I think all I mean by plausibility is something like, oh, what about this problem? Okay, I need an argument for that. Okay, what about this? I need to make sure I have an argument for that. That kind of that's what I'm doing in my mind. It's more like it's I'm in the stage of being convinced either way. That's right.
Okay. Well,
because here's the problem. Here's the very brief problem, right? A disembodied mind presumably has to have beliefs and desires in some sense, right? There has to be, okay, but beliefs and desires are of something, right? They're of something that it's not itself necessarily. So that means that there needs to be a world, right? Yeah. It doesn't make, another way of saying this is for there to be a point of view, there has to be a viewer, the point of view, and that which is being viewed.
Right. And you know what I think that's kind of like at the core of why creation happened is that, pure being had like some innate desire to have the multiplicity where that belief desire state for him could actualize. And, this, we talk about past eternity, right? And not just in terms of infinite regress, but really try to go back, put your mind beyond just the concept of infinite regress and think about eternity past possibility. Just what that time frame would be. In that kind of a time frame, a consciousness could develop that is so far beyond ours that, you know, it could easily exist disembodied, and maybe had to initially to get creation started. You know, and these are kind of, you know, I mean, they're not bizarre speculations, but they're like very speculative. But to me,
Right.
that's how I can fit, you know, the disembodied mind and how can God exist and why is God invisible and all that kind of stuff. You know, I don't think the necessarily, you know, our physical life here on Earth now, even though, you know, I know the Old Testament says the creation was perfect, or and all that kind of theology, but I don't think this is the most perfect existence. You know, I think
Oh,
somehow
not at all.
our conscious realities got plopped into a little corner of God's universe that's not heaven. You know, we're
Much
not in
larger.
Right. If I were to believe in God right now, here's the God I would believe in. Right. A God that has a body, somehow has a body. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be an electron. It doesn't matter. That's considered a body, right? So whatever that is, if God exists at any point in time, God has a body. It would be a God that can fail. Okay, it would be a God that exists in time and therefore everlasting rather than atemporal. Okay, and then I think that with respect to omniscience, I'm not so convinced that you could know future contingencies. So I would have to understand omniscience a little bit differently, but I'm unsettled on that one. Basically,
Okay.
open theism, right? And then, yeah, I think that's the God that I would have to believe in.
Have you seen the movie Arrival?
No.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, you need to check it out. It kind of tangentially relates to what we're talking about, but it's an alien arrival movie, and you know they're trying to figure out why the aliens are here. But the interesting thing about it is, you know, their whole mode of being is completely different than ours, and they have the ability to
they can
move
communicate
time.
very quickly
They come
with like
to
symbols.
Earth because they need our help 3,000 years in the future, and they come bearing a gift for us, which is a language that is able to give the mind the ability to transcend time.
Right.
And so, you know, these concepts like that kind of can tie into how you can conceive of a disembodied mind, stuff like that. But I don't know.
Well, there's a lot to talk about. I have to go soon.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been keeping you up, man.
I appreciate the conversations, guys. Well, I hope you kind of get a sense of where I was coming from in terms of why I identified. You know, I'm sorry that it seemed dishonest, but I truly want people to get the best picture of me. And sometimes to certain groups, I will say agnostic, and sometimes I'll say atheist. But because I really don't see myself as an atheist, but I accept the sort of proposition. I don't know if that makes any sense. Does that make any sense?
Well, if we have to do it from the perspective that atheism is an actualized understanding of reality, I would say that is an indefensible position, right? Because you can't have knowledge of something that you have never been able to verify, and therefore
Pigs, you're bringing up another. I'm trying to get out of here, Pigs. Okay. Look, I'm just saying something like this, that like I have a very strong cultural picture of atheism, unfortunately, and I've only been able to detach from it because I've met other atheists that are just like me, that are not so religiously bigoted and not naturalist, right? But the point is that I don't want to be associated with this horrible movement right now, the new atheist movement, and all the people that ridicule religion. There's so many of them, and I don't want anything to do with that. And that's why I just say, and agnostics usually don't get that baggage. And I'm fine with theists. I think you can be irrational, or I think you don't have to be, you can hold to belief in God and not be irrational. So I think there's like a sense in which I should say that I'm an agnostic. But if someone really pushed me, I'll be like, yeah, I don't really believe, I think this is false, you know? But maybe I might be agnostic.
Maybe at some time, just as a philosophical thought experiment, you can actually try to surrender your consciousness back again to God and see if he doesn't step in a supernatural way.
I don't see that as inconceivable. I mean, I never thought I would be the person I am today. And so that, you know, a few years ago, and presumably the person in 8 years from now is not going to believe, well, whatever that person is, I might find that person to be very different, you know.
I mean, Danny, I already know that you know my testimony and that of my wife.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, I would just say that I know that you couldn't have experienced that yourself, but if you had the opportunity, I wish that you could at least see it from that perspective.
Yeah,
I don't know if it would have given you the same confconfirmation.
Do atheists ridicule you? Do
absolutely.
Ridicule?
I had a conversation yesterday with, like I said, it was what was the name? Top Dog, Shattuck, or whatever, and Snake. And Snake is funny. I got Snake to admit that he's an agnostic instead of an atheist because of my perceptions and how I came across. But we were going back and forth about different things. And initially, it was about like abiogenesis, and then it turned into like a spiritual discussion. And then, of course, Top Dog was like a hard-lined materialist or naturalist, and he is saying nothing exists apart from the material. And he basically tried to say that he had, evidence of this, but he never provided any. And I'm like, look, you can believe whatever you want. And
I don't even know.
Going as far as to say that my wife was like mentally ill, and I'm like, look, she had literally zero mental illness before this, if you're going to say that, and she's had zero since then. So why would you ever assume it was mental illness? In fact, if that's the case, why would you ever assert that anybody else is not mentally ill by that standard?
Well, two things. Yeah, I don't even know what it means to say that there's evidence for naturalism. That doesn't make any sense. And the second thing is that there's interesting arguments against the mental illness case. I don't think mental illness exists. Like, I don't. In fact, I think illness is construed in terms of the mind, right? It's not like you discover illnesses. You
could do it by standards of like what we relatively see on average, right? If you're going to do it from the materialistic perspective, right?
What I'm trying to say is that COVID is an illness, right? But if COVID existed apart from mind, it wouldn't be an illness.
So, yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I see where you're coming from that perspective.
So mental illness, the point is that mental illness can only be construed in terms of what someone might find to be impractical or not conducive to goals. But then if it's the case that your experiences are not getting in the way of your goals, then I don't see how it could ever be understood in terms of mental illness.
It's just a term. So, we'll go down.
It's for us to be able to conceptualize.
Yeah, maybe it's like a useful fiction or something. But I need to go.
All right, Danny.
Okay, bye guys.
Hey man, you have a blessed time, man.
Bye. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Intentional. Have a great one. Keep up the good work, bro.
Yeah, I think what was very revealing, which Danny said before I left quickly, was that he is holding the position that he holds right now based on his feelings.
Right.
So if it's based on feelings, it's not based on reason. I mean, he is rationalizing, okay, but you see, if you're mixing it with feelings, then it is not a good epistemology, in my understanding. I mean, it doesn't mean that you cannot come to God through feelings. I mean, maybe that can work actually, but if you want to try to find out what the truth is in regards of origins, then the right way is to actually use our mental and rational capabilities and apply a sound epistemological framework.
Right. Yeah, you could tell at that one point where he kind of opened up to us, and you could see that the cognitive dissonance that he holds, because at some level he still does believe in Christianity.
That's one of the things I like about Danny.
Then, did you notice how he like flipped back into like philosophy mode, and then said he could never be a Christian? So I think that's
where he revealed himself, and I think nobody would admit to be in a state of cognitive dissonance.
Right.
I think that his main contention, or his biggest issue right now, is actually probably that dream that he said that friend of his had, talking about how he was going to leave the faith and then he was never going to get back, or that he was going to be lost forever. I'm like, maybe he's just holding to that and making it more of like a true statement.
Yeah, but then can you see the extreme contradiction between not believing in Christianity and then putting any verticality into that statement from the pastor? So, yeah, it's I don't know. It's hopefully he'll come around. And actually, this has been good for me. With COVID, I don't get as much fellowship as I would like to,
Same here.
And I actually carry around a lot of the same doubt that cause the skeptic doubt that causes the atheist to leave the faith.
Yeah.
I totally think Antangelo is right on track with the whole the biological argument, and there's a lot of other good rational arguments to believe in God. But I think, and of course, the atheist will never accept this, at least the new atheist. But experience of God on a daily basis that's the witness to us, and our experiences that we have inside our minds that we can never prove. Those are the true markers for us that that can tell us, yeah, this is real.
Oh yeah, and I mean, like, I'm not trying to say that these are like the only reasons why I believe. I had to rationalize things after the event had happened, and I don't think you ever heard my testimony, but
yeah,
I could just give you the link if you ever look it up. But
yeah,
if you can put it up again, that would be interesting. What I was thinking about your experience afterwards, and then I was thinking, well, is it just that God permits certain things to happen, which help it tremendously to you actually to find God? I mean, the fact that you said triggered actually your change was that experience that you had with your girlfriend or your wife. And I mean, many atheists, they do not have that kind of experience, or like the Damascus Road experience of the Apostle Paul. And then you can say,
here's what I think.
Well, is
and I'm
God
not trying to cut you
unjust?
off.
Let me finish that.
Yeah,
is God just or unjust that he permits some people to have it easier to find him than other people?
So here's what I think about this, and I could be wrong, but I think this is, and I don't think that I have all the answers to this either. I'm just saying that from my perspective, I think it's possible that this could be a good explanation. I believe that God, since he's omniscient and he knows how people operate and what they think, he knows at the heart of the person, right? So these people that like to say, oh, if God did this for me, I would definitely believe, right? The question is that true? Is it a true statement that would really be the case? Because I've heard of many people that have had cases where they've had literal, like, I would even call it demon possessions, like what we had going on, but it didn't help them. They didn't think for a second that this is a real demon possession, or they didn't think that this was a real scenario, that this could actually happen in the physical. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. So
isn't it interesting that people like Matt Dillahunty, they are on their road for 15 years already, trying, or they deny whatever evidence is provided to them. Yeah. And if you ask them what actually would convince you, and then they will say, "Oh, God knows it." Yeah. And if he knows it, then he
will. That's a dodge.
Then he will provide it to me, and then I will believe. I mean, that is simply not true.
He wants to create a false facade that there's nothing in our experience of reality that should lead us to have any belief that God does exist, and it's just a ridiculous position to try to hold. But you know what? I'll give him credit. He actually, of course, if you have a hang up button, it's easy, but he does put on a pretty good smokescreen to make a lot of people believe that.
Yeah, it's all rhetoric. I agree with you that he does a good job. See, the thing is, his profession, he's a magician by profession, right? So he's used to doing this sort of like, smoke and mirrors tactic all the time. So I just think of it as like it's literally just part of his lifestyle, and doesn't realize that it's actually having an effect on him.
The thing is that the majority of the crowd which hangs on to watch every week his show, they are in as much uneducated in regards of science, in special biochemistry, biology, chemistry, astrophysics, and all the relevant fields which are relevant in regards of origins. So as soon as you dig deeper into these issues, then the problems become apparent. But if you call in, as I have done, and actually mention these things, then he would say, oh, why don't you go and talk to a scientist? We are an atheist show. And in one opportunity, I said to him, well, then you are not actually qualified to judge what is good evidence and what is not good evidence. And I mean, they blocked me. I cannot call in anymore and say that I am not correctable. I cannot
hilarious.
be corrected, you know. But I mean, they have exposed it very clearly that there is absolutely nothing that they would accept as good evidence. And that makes the entire show dishonest. And their dishonesty, they project it on us. I mean, how many times have we heard, oh, you are being dishonest? And that's just projection. They are dishonest because they have decided and they have a presupposition that there is only the material world. And there is absolutely nothing that can convince them that it is differently. And I see that day by day. And I mean, it doesn't discourage me because I know that they will have no justification at Judgment Day against God and say, but you didn't provide us the evidence. Then God will say, well, I did send you the prophets, I did send you the teachers, the apologists, and you guys simply didn't listen to them.
Yes. And I mean, the thing is that they're probably going to try to say something along the lines of, oh, that wasn't good enough evidence, or that wasn't, they didn't provide sound doctrine, or whatever you want to, say. The problem with this is that they're actually not even willing to look at the doctrine. I've actually heard so many people strawman the entire Christian doctrine to such a degree that it just doesn't make it, comprehensible at all. You can't even have a cohesive argument under these strawmen that they keep putting out. But then they like to say that I strawman their argument and their position as well. I'm like, well, first of all, you didn't even tell me what your position was. But
well, the
second
thing
of
is,
all,
go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say, second of all, even if I had your position, I don't think that you'd be honest enough to let people realize that it is actually pretty much close to what I'm talking about anyways, if that were the case. Like if I had to say that you are required to be bound to the notion that the Big Bang did occur, right? Because that's the best evidence that we have right now. And you're basically required as a materialist to go with whatever science tells you, right? Then if I go and supposedly caricature what the Big Bang is about, that doesn't mean it's false that the Big Bang actually would have happened. It would have happened a certain way. We would have anticipated based on determinism that that's what exactly had to happen. I mean, it just doesn't compute the way that they try to make it seem like it's a serious straw man when it's really not.
You know what amazes me is the fact that in order for you to keep holding a materialistic worldview, you have to believe actually that everything that intelligence can do, chance can do as well.
Yeah, and maybe this is not a good way to look at it, but this thought just crossed my mind. Maybe it's because that they aren't going to actually have eternal life, that they've adopted those viewpoints, and I mean, I guess it's good that we can.
Well, I mean, the scriptures say that God gives them over to a reprobate mind, right? And so I mean, clearly, this is something that they chose, but God allows, right? And so
they self-inflicted onto themselves, believing that their choice is somehow beneficial to them.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry, my kids are up. I'm having to do stuff back in here, but
that's the best sound in the world, brother.
Yeah, that's another thing. My third daughter here, I'm sorry, my third child, she is also a miracle, which that's a whole other thing that I think is interesting. Because my wife and I, we try to use contraceptions, things like that. She still ended up pregnant. We even tried to use the night after pill a couple times, which both failed. And she went to full term, or rather she went to 3 weeks before full term. So she was actually she came in a little bit early there. But another miracle that was tied to that is that we had prayed that my wife would not have serious pain and that she'd be able to have a quick delivery, right? And the doctor, whenever she was going to push, she pushed 2 times, and she popped my daughter out. And this is within 1 minute. And the doctor said that's the fastest delivery I've ever had. like verbatim. And we just sat there smiling and laughing. She didn't even feel any pain. It was amazing. I was like, this is if this isn't confirmation, then I don't know what is, right?
Wow.
Like,
yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot of things that we've had that have happened over the last couple of years since we became a Christian that have just I know we're God, and I mean, sure, everything He does is it's providence for us, but if you ask, right, if you're asking and you have a faith that He will do these things, I think that He will do these things. And so the scriptures hold true. That's what's really confirmation for me.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. Yeah, I need to hang out more with guys like you. You definitely encourage my faith. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go grab some breakfast, but
yeah, man.
Have a blessed one. Nice to meet
y'all. You too. Hey, I appreciate it. You have a blessed night. All right, take care, man.
All right, take care, guys.
I think I'll end the stream.
Before you go, if you do,
yeah.
I'm gonna put my link in here. Oh, I guess he's already gone. I should have put it in there earlier, but I completely forgot about it.
Yeah, I've not figured out it last time you put it in, but I'll definitely will. It will be interesting to know your experience.
Yeah, it's just I like it because the testimony video has both of us talking about it, so you can get it from both of our perspectives, what happened and how it went down. And I mean, I just wanted to come from her mouth so people understand that it's not just like I'm just saying stuff,
Yeah, sure.
So,
I mean, the testimonies are a powerful way to actually evangelize, I think. I mean, there are many people which are touched by these things which we tell that happened in our life. So, yeah, please put the link there.
And the reason I have to put it this way is because the main link doesn't populate for some reason, and then I have to do the search. So the search requires you to put every single one of his characters in for you to find the video, which is ridiculous. But anyways, but yeah, it's just Pigzcanfly with a Z, and then space 2.0 space testimony, open parentheses, and then you put mini or MINI, and then you would space rant, and then space you would put parentheses closed there. So that's supposed to be the full name of the video that you'll find. And it's going to be the only thing that
you cannot. Sorry, I didn't listen to you. Can you not just put the link to it?
I would, but I'm actually so in the stream. If I'm on my phone right now, so if I do that, it's going to take me out of the stream. So I'll have to.
I end the stream anyway, so you'll not lose anything. So you can put it there, and then I'll put it in the side chat. Oh, okay, here it is. So you just
copy and paste that into the chat. I mean, into the search bar for YouTube.
Yes. Oh, okay.
And you'll find it.
All right. I'll put it in the
JJ, no, don't do that, baby.
Section.
Don't do that, baby.
Okay, so I will end the stream. Thank you for coming here, Pigs. I think you were a good interlocutor, and feel welcome to come anytime again.
I really appreciate it. Hey, y'all, you have a blessed night, man.
All right. Bye-bye. Have a nice Sunday, everyone. See you next time.